Hey, welcome everyone. I really appreciate you guys being here. Um, Thank you to the 4 folks who have hit that like button. I super appreciate that. Love it when you guys hit the like. It helps the content get circulated. So here we are. Eddie, welcome. Allison, Third I Am, Brooke, Monique, Sarah, thank you guys for being here. Adora, welcome. Alan, great to see you, honey. Welcome, Jessica, Bonita, Eddie, Indigo. So great to see you. Maria, I read for people who have made the contribution, the payment. And I am more than happy to read for you. You just need to make payment. I will say before you do, Maria, I cannot validate for you whether or not someone is your twin or not. And in order to see what the connection is like between two people, I would need to do a fuller reading for that. Single question readings are most ideal for having a look at one question about your person or one question about yourself. So thank you again, everyone, for being here. Thank you to the 10 folks who've hit that like button. I super appreciate it. I'm so happy to be here with you guys. There's that info one more time for anyone who needs it. And I'm just going to go ahead and get the list started and check the payment apps, and then we can begin. Okay, guys? Thank you, and welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm really excited about this new moon that we're about to hit. This will be the Twin Flames new moon, the new moon in Gemini, coming up on, I believe it's the 22nd of this month. This new moon follows the Divine Masculine's new moon that was in April. What date was it? I don't remember the exact date, but it was in April. That was the Aries new moon. The Taurus new moon was the Divine Feminine's new moon, and that was this month in May, much earlier on. Or was it the very end of April? I can't quite recall. And then we have the Twin Flames new moon, the new moon in Gemini. So super exciting times, new beginnings all around, new cycles for twins coming up. So I'm looking forward to that. Let's just have a look at these payment apps and see what is what, and get our list open. All right, let's see. Okay, so Shannon, Shannon H, I've got you. Then we'll read Maria. 99 Romeo, I've got your payment. Cecilia K, I've got you. Bonita M, I've got you. Grace C, Jessica B, I've got you. Kristen B, I've got you. Kensley, thank you so much. I've got you as well. And let me just check the other app. All of you guys paid through one app. Let me get the payments out of the other one. And we'll go ahead and get started. Allison S, I've got you as well. And then we've got Sarah Y, Melinda, Alan, Allison S, and then Chrissy A. All right. All right. So Shannon, you're up. I'm going to read you guys in the order that I just said. Shannon, and then Maria, and then 99 Romeo. You three are first. And then we've also got Mackenzie here. Mackenzie just made her payment. So, Miss Shannon, can I have you no indigo? The people are red in the order they pay, hun. This is how that works. I just read the list out. You'll be called upon in the order your payment was received. That is how this works. Thanks in advance for your patience. So Shannon, where are you, my love? I need your payment details, or not your payment, I need your chart details. And Indigo, what is your PayPal or Venmo name? We've got Shannon, then Maria, 99 Romeo, Cecilia, Benita, Grace, Jessica, Kristen, Kensley, Allison, Sarah, Alan, Allison S., Chrissy A., and Mackenzie in that order, and Erica A. Okay. That's the order I've received payments in, and that's the order I'm going to be reading in tonight. Okay. So here's what I need in order to do your reading. Maria, are you here? Because it doesn't look like Shannon's quite ready. What is your cue and your details? Awesome. Okay, Maria, can you please let me know what your details are and what your question is? That would be fantastic, Maria. Here's the info that I need in order to be able to read for you. Maria, I need to take a look at the thing I just pasted. Hey, Gemini Princess, welcome. I'm so grateful you're here. Thank you for joining. Those are the details that I need to be able to read for you. The ones I just pasted. So Shannon or Maria, you two are first. If I could just receive from you what the details are so that I can make the read, that would be fantastic. Salma and Brooke, I have you both. Okay. I only have one Allison S on here, sweetie. So I only have one payment from Allison, not two. But it doesn't mean it just may not have come through yet. Okay. Okay. Oh, no, it is just you, sweetie. I'm sorry. So it's Allison, then Sarah, then Melinda, then Chrissy. There's only one Allison. Sorry, didn't mean to confuse you, sweetie. I think there's only one Allison here. Oh no, there's two Allisons, Sweetman and Scoff. Sweetman. Wow, you're both Allison S. Jeez. Shannon, Maria. Yeah, there's two Allisons. Wow, and both of you are Allison S. Jesus. Sweetman is first, Scoff is second. Okay. Okay. Cool. Linux 1966. Okay, awesome. Okay. Kiki, you can be added to the list. Just know that it's going to be a little bit it's gonna be a little bit of time, but you can definitely be added. I'm beginning now with Maria. Okay, Maria, let's go ahead and pull your chart up, my dear. And 99 Romeo, Cecilia, if you two could get your question and your details ready so there's as little wait time as possible, that would be fantastic. Please get your questions ready and hold them until I call your name because the chat will go fast. There's a lot of people in it. So you want to get your questions ready and paste it as soon as I call your name. Okay. Okay. So let me share the screen. And let's get out here and let's talk to Miss Maria. Maria, what is your question, dear one? Maria, 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 are they aware of the connection? Thank you. Okay, so Maria, that's not a kind of question that I can answer because I'm not a psychic reader. But I can talk to you about where this person is at in their life. Would that be okay? March 26, 1994, Nashville, Tennessee. All right. That's perfect. Okay, fantastic. Thanks, Maria. I appreciate you letting me know. All right, so single question. Thank you all for your patience while we kind of got all the details out of the way. Okay. So this person, as I'm looking at, their life and the energy in it, I am seeing that they're going through a rather significant challenge to their self-esteem at this time. And perhaps there may be even some money challenges that they need to work through. And not only that, but there's a little bit of an energy of just trying to make sure that they, like, when they look in the mirror, there's someone that they can respect, that they are someone that they actually like, love, and appreciate. I can see there's a bit of energy of being at odds here with the connection. Um, the connection for them. Um, If they are aware of it, there's for reasons having to do with where they're at in their own life, now's not the time for them to like officialize, consummate, make it real in any way. This person that I'm looking at, the energy here of this person is the timing of their life right now is about shoring up their personal foundations and their self esteem and giving themselves a way to be whole, to be a kind of person that they like and love and respect when they look at in the morning. There may also be, they may have lost their job given what I'm seeing here. There does look to be an energy that could have caused them to be in a job transition based on a couple of things here. So it does look like they're a little bit preoccupied with the situations, Maria, in their own life. So I really, it's not that they don't love you. Um, it's not that they don't know about the connection. They may not. But their life right now is really demanding them to be focused on some pretty 3D world things and some self esteem related things, Maria. And to the best of your ability, my dear, if you're able to just support them in that, and be a cheerleader, be an ally, be someone who's really capable of um, just being in their corner. That's going to go a long way in terms of having this connection deepen at the time it's right. Thank you, Grace. I am super appreciative that you are here. And thank you, Gemini Princess. I really appreciate having moderators. You two are the best. It's so, so helpful. All right, Shannon or 99 Romeo, you two are next. Please paste your cue and details. And everyone else, if you could just wait until I call your name, that would be fantastic. That's how to get on the list. This is the kind of info I would need from you. 99 Romeo. Thank you so much, Shelly. I appreciate it. All right. And for everyone, Cecilia and Bonita, you're going to be after Shelly. So if you would be so kind as to get your question ready the same way Shelly did, that would be fantastic. So when I call your name, there's very little lag time. Very, very little lag time when I call your name, so we can, out of respect for everyone who's waiting, we can get through the list faster. Okay. All right, Maria, I'm so happy it resonated. Kim Mai, welcome. So happy to see you, sweetie. Thanks for joining. Really appreciate having great moderators here. Okay, my south node was conjunct Uranus on the meeting date, and his south node was conjunct Neptune on the meeting date. What is your opinion on this? Okay, so Shelley, I don't need to look at a chart to give you an opinion on this, because I know what these things represent. And to get a full detailed look at the meaning, we'd have to look at both charts, which I cannot do on the mini reading. And by both charts, I mean I need to look at the relationships of the planets to the nodes, not just the nodes. Okay, so the option is I can answer this cue off the top of my head with the astro knowledge I have, or you can ask a different cue. Up to you. Cecilia, are you here? Are you able to get your question ready? Not necessarily Linux 1966. Sometimes I don't save charts, or sometimes they don't save in my system. So it's best if you give it to me again, that would be ideal. Okay. Indigo. Okay, got it. Indigo, you're after Shelly. Okay. 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 So then back up here to our lovely Shelley's question. Shelley's south node was conjunct Uranus on the meeting date. Transiting Uranus. Okay. and his south node was conjunct Neptune on the meeting date. So Uranus and Neptune are two of the bigger, heavy hitting planetary energies on the planet. And because they are outer planets, they have a very long term and long lasting effect, Shelley. The south node in all of our charts represents two things. It represents our past lives, and it's like a portal to our past lives and a portal to those energies. Um, and simultaneously, they are a way that represents like our strengths from our past lives, our accumulated strengths, and our strong muscle that we can build upon in this lifetime. The South Node will also represent when planets cross over it, particularly when they cross over it in retrograde, Shelley. Um, these tend to be moments of time, especially if one of the planets is speaking to the vertex point in the chart, a moment of time when someone from a past life or a past in this life pops through to finish unfinished business or to take up a new piece of work with our souls. And we're going to do a new piece of work under new soul contract in this lifetime. In your case, Shelley, with Uranus conjunct the South Node, this would be someone who's going to bring forward a divinity activation for you. Uranus represents the divine consort of Gaia, the lover of Gaia, the heavens, and it brings forward that divine energy and lightning energy of change and evolution to quantum leap you forward in your growth. Neptune, on the other hand, would be the representation of a person coming forward who is coming with an energy of spirituality and spiritual truth, and who's coming and representing the spiritual and the unseen world, and who's going to help us get in touch with the spiritual and the unseen world. This is twofold because the unseen world governs both the realm of lies, misconceptions, illusions, and deception. The unseen world also covers the world of spiritual truths, psychic and etheric communication, and the all and the oneness that we all return back to after we die and that we come from before we're born. So that Neptunian energy brings with it harmony and balance from like the water energy of it, but it also brings forward the dissipation that water brings as well. So there's a way in which it can soften hardened places. So that's what I think of that, Shelley. You're definitely going to want to check to see if either one of those went retrograde over the individual south nodes and which personal planets they may have been speaking to in the chart. You also want to double check, Shelley, if either one of the gateway points in the vertex points in either of the charts were contacted at the time of the meeting, because that would be indicative as well of who's coming in and what you represent to one another, the combination of things you represent. Okay, thank you so much. Shelley, I appreciate it. Indigo, what is your cue, doll? I need your cue here. I have 2 payment apps and YouTube up on both devices, Lovey. I have your chart saved from yesterday. So just let me know which chart to pull and your cue. Okay? Thank you. And this is for everyone. Please, no email cues. It's just too much for me to manage all of the payment apps and the YouTube and the reading app. If you could just put your question here, that would be fantastic. All right. So Miss Indigo, I have yours, Danny. I have it for Brooke, so she's good. She's good to go. We're gonna do indigo. Um, what should you focus on now regarding that? Okay, indigo, gotcha. Let me pull up your chart from yesterday, sweetie. And indigo, I got your request for anonymity, so I'm not going to show the chart. Okay, I'm just, your name is saved on the chart. I'm just gonna read it. Okay. She will when her turn comes, Danny. Okay. All right, Indigo babes. Looking here at your chart, no matter, when union is or when it isn't, the thing that your chart is speaking of focusing on in terms of divine feminine energy is having a focus on that deepened understanding of who you are in your own divinity and balancing yourself as it comes to relationships. One of the things that I know we talked about yesterday, but makes sense to kind of revisit, the big thing that you're being asked to focus on in your divine feminine energy is really laying to rest, because we're talking about first house, seventh house, self, other, laying to rest the ideas you've had about partnership that are 3D ideas about partnership and 3D world, I like not concerns, but like constructs. That's the word I'm looking for. The 3D world constructs of partnership that aren't actually of your divinity, that aren't of true love, true freedom, true light, all of that, truth, etc. All of those constructs around the way a marriage or a union or a partnership should work that aren't aligned with divinity, and your own divinity and the way you were created as divine. This is the moment when you're meant to be dropping those like bad habits. Specifically, ideas about who you, Indigo, are supposed to be inside of a connection. So, if your idea in a connection is, oh, I'm supposed to be the wife, and that means I do da 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 da, da, fill in the blank. Whatever your idea is inside of a connection, about who you personally are supposed to be, the things that block divine love and divine energy and divine truth and divine freedom from coming through, those are the things you're meant to be peeling off and letting go of at this time. We talked about this yesterday, but look to the templates you received from family because there is a fourth house activation here. Look to the templates that you received from family that's really preventing you from being able to step into your divine energy, but is instead holding you just at the level of good wife energy. You don't want to be at good wife energy when what you have a calling to is divine feminine energy. The two aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. What they are is that once you're in divine feminine energy, you can be good wife, you can be good mother, good lover, good anything, but you can be also so much more than that to a divine counterpart. And when you stand in just good wife energy alone, it comes with so many expectations that aren't necessarily realistic once you're standing in the light of the divine. Those expectations are about meeting 3D world standards, not standing in divinity. All right, Indigo, that's a read and what we can do in a single question mini read. Thank you so much. Cecilia, you are next, and we'll do in this order. Cecilia, then we'll do Bonita, then we'll do Grace. Okay. Please hold your question until I call your name. Um, and thank you everyone for your patience and for being here. For those of you who've already hit that like button, I deeply appreciate it. Cecilia, thanks for being ready to go. That's exactly what I needed. You're welcome, Indigo. When will I be in a committed relationship with a life partner, assuming he is in my path? If there is not one, let me know that too. Ah, okay. Let's have a look. I totally get that kind of feeling where you're like, what if I can't do it? What if it's not for me? Mm. And for those of you who've just made payment, thank you for holding. Let me get through this reading and then I will go ahead and check the payment app. So I appreciate your patience. Okay. 1964, Downey, California, 2 a.m. All right. Let's have a look here. Okay. So, Miss Cecilia, what I'm seeing here for you, let's just get a look at these transits. So, you just had a big nodal return. Let's see. Okay. Ah, okay. The ruler of the seven, where is your moon? The 22nd degree. Okay, my love. So, a couple of things I'm seeing here. A window of time just opened up to support you in getting into a committed partnership. It's got you focused 100% on what it is you need to do in order to be able to get into one. And that's evidenced by this Saturn transit to the ruler of your seventh house, Cuspir Aquarius, sitting in Aquarius, Mercury. Ruler of the seventh house, cusp, is Gemini. Ruler of Gemini is Mercury. And with the Saturn transit to it, Saturn has you disciplined and focused on trying to make sure that something real can enter your life at this time. What you're being asked to do in order to bring something real in has to do with, let's just see what's sitting. It has to do, okay, so there's a few things here. Some of this stuff going on here in your second house, there's a really big theme here around self-worth and self-esteem and shoring up your self-worth and your self-esteem. There's also a really big theme here about shoring up your finances, both the money that you owe to other people, getting out of debt, paying off debt, unloading bad stock, selling property that you need to get rid of. If you're an artist and you've got art, releasing art into the world that you've been sitting on instead of sharing. Um, but in addition to that, and if you've got kids, getting things financially in order with the children that you have, like if you need to set up wills, etc. The other thing that's really being showcased in terms of focus so that vibrationally you're aligned, because this window just did open. You will meet people during this window and you will have the opportunity to assess, are you here for the lesson or for the long haul? The other thing here has to do with shoring up some of your challenges when it comes to communication. You about intimacy, honestly. There's some indication here that the way you communicate about intimacy, and intimacy is more than just sex, right? Intimacy has to do with our spiritual truths, our heart truths. It has to do with our emotional truths and the way we're vulnerable with people and show them our hurt parts and the way we show them our loving parts, our tender parts. Um, so many times we try to not be intimate by trying to be quote unquote mature and take care of things on our own. but that can block intimacy. And that's one of the things you're being asked here to start to drop and let go of are the ways in which your independence stops you from having deep intimacy. And the more you can clean that up and really reconcile that it's okay to need people, it's okay to want people to come in. The problem has to do with when we place expectations on them to do so. It's okay to need, needs are fine. We don't live on islands by ourselves for a reason. We live in communities for a reason. Needing is not the problem. It's the ways in which we demand other people fulfill those. That's when we run into problems around codependence, um, and not honoring other people and where they're at, and undermine our relationships. So, that being said, your challenge and this time, in order to allow love to come in, has to do with communication. That's this one right here, Gemini. That's the seventh house cusp of committed partnership, activated by this Mercury, this Saturn to Mercury transit. If you want something real to come in, you've got to shore up this opposing house over here around communication for intimacy, which is where the sun lives here in the third. Okay, baby cakes, that's what we can do in a read. It's less about when and more about what you're going to do to make it real. Okay. The window has opened. For you, it's a matter of doing the work. People will come. The question is, are you ready? All right, Cecilia. Thanks so much for letting me read for you, sweetie. Okay. Miss Bonita, you're next, and then Grace, and then Jessica B, in that order. Please hold until I call your name. Let me go ahead and double check the payment apps and update who we have. The list has gotten pretty long already. I'm shocked. I'm like, oh my gosh. Okay, okay. Kim Mai, I've got you. Kim Mai, thank you. Mhm. Okay, so Selma, Brooke. All right, Gemini, I've got you. And then Andrea, and then Monique. All right, cool. All right, Miss Bonita. All right. I know he's going through ascension. I just want to know how he is in general. Okay, let's have a look. And then as soon as I'm done with Bonita, I'll read out the list so that anyone who is just joining has a sense of how long the wait might be, etc. If they'd like to get on it. I think we may actually have to close it pretty quickly here. Rochester, New York. And then Grace and Jessica, if you could get your questions ready, just like Bonita did when I called her name, it keeps the flow going so that we're not held up. Just out of respect for everyone else who's waiting, if you could just get your question and your details ready, it allows the list to flow so that people don't have extra wait time that they don't have, that they, don't need to. So, as I'm looking here at your person's chart, Miss Bonita, um, okay, as I'm looking here at your person's chart, um, what I'm seeing here is, interesting. Your person is going through a softening, Benita. Um, a softening that's asking them to really presence their femininity, um, and own their feminine side and their feminine energies. Um, they're also going through a period of time. Excuse me, I can see your person has a bit of a temper. They can be a little bit explosive. And so they're going through a period of time where the divine is really working with them on that and revealing to them why they are that way and the wounds that caused them to be that way in the first place. Um, and so that's good. Now, this is not always a peaceful, pleasant, pretty process. It's none of those things. I mean, what I'm seeing here is that this person could actually be blowing up on a lot of people, self destructing, having a really difficult time, like just bumping into people with the constraints of this pandemic. There's some ways in which they could really be challenged in relationship by this lockdown, given what I'm seeing here. Not to worry, because the point of this period of time for them is to soften, and to look inward at why they are the way they are and what causes them to react the way they do, and how to use that really sharp energy that they have in relationship, um, to look at where it comes from. What are the roots of that energy? Um, does that energy, um, what are they actually fighting for? Because that energy has a purpose, and they're being asked to look more deeply at, well, when I lash out, there's something I'm trying to protect and something I'm trying to create. What is the root of it, and how can I find better ways of actually expressing that energy and being in expression of the need at those moments? So, um, it's a self-disciplining energy, I must say. But I can't, like I said, some people need to be brought, they need to be dragged to the lesson. And based on what I'm seeing about your person's nature, that might be a little bit of what's going on. So if you guys aren't in communication, that's okay. Um, being dragged to the lesson just means that they're having some more challenging experiences, and those challenging experiences are causing the reflection that I just spoke about. And so that's what we have time for in a read, Bonita. Thank you for allowing me to read for you. And thank you to everyone for allowing me to read for you as well, and for your patience. Um, when people ask me to read for them, I am reading, I have to trust that what I'm being shown in response to your question, because this is only a single question reading, I have to trust that what I'm being shown is, what the answer. And so, I had a woman, he will make it, Bonita. I had a client who, did a mini reading, and she thought she was comparing the answer she got to the answer somebody else got. A, they asked a different question, and B, they got a different chart setup going on, different planets in different places. And so in response to her question, she said, well, why didn't you treat my question the way you treated that person's question? And I said, that's not the way this works, hon. You asked your question, and I gave you the response that Spirit showed me with regard to that question. And so, I'm sorry it wasn't the response that you wanted, but it's the response that Spirit showed. And so, I just wanted to say an extra thank you to all of you for just trusting me with your reading, and trusting me to see clearly and see true with what it is that is here. Okay. Um, but yeah, you may find your message in other people. So keep listening. Sometimes you get messages for yourself that resonate with your own divine knowing. Um, resonate with your own divine knowing based on just, you paying attention to your life and working with your own intuition. Um, so, England, Ipswich. Let's see what's going on. Let me set my little timer here. Okay. So Grace, where is he at? Where is your person at? Um, 1 second. Okay, your person. Let me just get the chat back over here. Six Scarika Ninja, Baby Cakes, what's your PayPal or Venmo name? Make sure, make sure I know what your PayPal and Venmo name is, okay, babes? So I can get you, honey. Your person is, Grace, I don't know if your person was married or in a relationship or not. There is some pretty big level change going on for your person in the arena of relationships right now. I don't know what that might be. But the planetary energies that I'm seeing indicate one of two extremes. It's definitely not in the middle. The planetary energies that I'm seeing are letting me know that either your person is going through a divorce or your person is getting into a new relationship. My suspicion, based on what I'm seeing, is that they're wrapping up a divorce at this time. Um, I would need the house placements, like your person's. He told you of his last two long terms. Yeah, I would need the house placement of your person to know for sure. Um, yeah. Okay, no, this looks like a divorce, like a separation, because now I see where the moon is in relationship to Saturn. This doesn't look like a new thing. This looks like a completion thing that I'm seeing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Neptune square moon. This looks like a completion. Okay. And so with that completion is giving your person the opportunity to start something new, and find their way to didn't end well, but it's been 3 years, your friend 10 years, and you're recently romantic. This makes more sense, Grace, because I am seeing a new romantic beginning right here. And I just wasn't sure why in the middle of this separation energy. What's interesting, Grace, is that this is telling me that you guys are becoming romantic because this person is finally letting go of their past. This was a moment of closure for them. Um, yeah, energies of the ex left over. He's letting it go at this moment in time, like once and for all. Alyssa, hang on 1 second. Let me go ahead and finish this reading and I'll paste it. I want you to know how long the list is before you pay so you can make an informed decision because it's lengthy tonight. So yeah, this new two things could be happening. I mean, on the one hand, um, like I definitely see new love blossoming here, and you'll probably get some communication about it at the end of the Venus retrograde. about 40 days from now. I also see that there's some healing going on for him. He's got some clarity about not wanting to do relationships the way he's done them before. Um, and that's going to be coming in. You may be finding this person moves slow based on these energies. There's a little bit of one step forward, two steps back, or two steps forward, two steps back. Like things don't feel like they're going anywhere. They are. What's happening here is that your person is ready to begin new love. They're finally letting go of the past, Grace, and them being ready to begin new love and let go of the past. That means with you, since you're the one there. But that also means that, so a lot of these retrogrades are going to help him purge like the final pieces of the past energy. All right. Okay, so Jessica B, Kristen B, KB, and then Kensley. You're next. Jessica, if you could please post your question. Yeah, it's okay, Grace. Just give him a lot of space and just keep hanging out. No pressure, especially during these retrogrades. Keep it pressure free. He's going to keep coming towards you. Okay, is what this looks like based on what I just saw. All right, Skarika. Alyssa, hang on before you make your payment. I need to read you the list because the list is pretty lengthy tonight. Skarika Ninja. Skarika, did you pay on PayPal, baby? Let me just take a look. What did you say? PayPal. Let me get these PayPal payments together. Okay, Maria 99 Romeo, Cecilia Benita Grace, Jessica Kristen Kensley, Allison McKenzie, Erica, Salma, Danny Claudia, Andrea Monique, Heather, Talene, Nafkote, and Ken. That's all the people I have in PayPal. Skarika, your payment has not come through, sweetheart. Double check how you sent it because I don't see a payment from Skarika at all. Yeah, Skarika, it's not here. All right. So Jessica B, you're next. Alyssa, listen up. Here's the weight. Jessica B, Kristen B, Kinsley, Linux 1966, Sarah, Alan, Chrissy, Mackenzie, Erica A, Salma, Brooke, Heather, Kim Mai, Gemini Princess, Andrea H, Monique, Celine, Nafkote. Oh, you're Erica? Oh, okay, cool. Got you, baby. You're on the list. Nafkote, and that's our list. So Alice, or Alice, I'm sorry if I'm saying your name incorrectly. If you'd like to get on the list, you can. That's the payment details. I just pasted it. Jessica B, let me find your question. Did you paste already? No. Okay. Jessica B, may I have your question? Okay. And then KB, are you ready? You're next. If Jessica doesn't, okay. Jessica, where are you? I don't see your question. Yeah, Jessica, can you repost? Because I don't see it here, sweetie. I see questions from Alice. I see questions here from Grace. I see Bonita's, but I don't see yours, Jessica. It helps me help you if you can just hold your question until I call your name. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I really, really, really appreciate you working with me. Okay. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. And if you guys can just please hold your question until I call your name. That will go a long way. Okay. Have it ready so that you can paste it the second I call your name. Okay. Awesome. That's cool, Jessica. I got you now. Thank you so much. Thank you for working with me on that because it just gets to be too much to keep scrolling for people's stuff. So if you're able to, everyone, just please hold your question until I call your name. Okay? Canada, 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 Saskatoon. Okay. Okay. Just where is he at in his life? How ready is he for union? I can answer one question and we'll see what comes forward from it. Um, And I'm going to go with where is he at in his life journey because readiness has a lot to do with how he's working with the transits. And I don't really know how your person's working with the transit. Some people are getting dragged because they just refuse to pay attention to the lessons. They just want to stay in older energies. And other people are, they're mounting up and preparing themselves to do something completely new because they're really sick of the way their life has gone. So I don't know how ready your person is going to be, but I can talk to you about where he's at in his life, if that's going to be all right for you. Jessica, it does look like your person's getting a pretty massive, the beginning this year and next year of a pretty massive divinity activation that'll last about a year. This can really make a person feel, frankly, batshit crazy, not gonna lie. It'll make them feel like they're losing it. And if your person isn't using this Neptune, Mercury, Sun, Mars energy in productive ways in their natal chart, then they could be experiencing the flare up of some old addictions and finding themselves getting really activated with old codependencies because of this Neptune transit square their sun. This combination specifically, Sun, Neptune, Mercury, when combined with Mars, this is other than my favorite combo to see, especially when there's Neptune and Mercury sitting together like that. This at its highest octave and its highest expression, this is the energy of someone who's a phenomenal actor, a wonderful musical artist, an amazing singer or musician in some way. And at its lowest octave, this is someone who's really prone to a lot of self deception. Um, when Neptune and Mercury come up, and that self deception can just be about lying to myself about certain things, refusing to see the truth, wanting to be in a fantasy world, wanting to live in a world of things that aren't real. He's a DJ. Whoo, thank the sweet baby Jesus. The other way this could play out is just straight up drug addiction, unfortunately. So thankfully, he's a DJ because he has an outlet for that need to be connected to the world of the unseen. That's his outlet, channeling light codes and music through his physical body. That's a beautiful way to use this energy. And so, with this Neptune square, if he does have any codependencies, those are definitely coming up for him right now to have a look at. Like, why do I cope in this way? He's that too. Okay. Um, so he's getting a bit of a shakedown from the universe on why he copes the way that he copes, and a little bit of he's in for some wake up calls in the next year and a half that will span the Sagittarius Gemini axis in his chart, and they're going to touch his sun, and they're going to touch his Gemini rising, Jessica. During that period of time, these wake up calls are going to ask him to change for the better. They begin with a series of endings, and then after those endings, they move on to a series of beginnings. The endings are the 3 lunar eclipses on the Gem Sag axis that span this June 5th through, I believe it's January of next year. And then we have a series of solar eclipses that are going to be new beginnings. I want you to Google astrology zone table of eclipse dates. They're going to be really significant eclipses for the two of you. Well, for him in particular. And if you've got, significant Sag or Gemini energy in your chart, anyone with that is going to find that these eclipses are going to be really powerful for them. For him in particular, given that his nodes are indicated, his Virgo North Node, Pisces South Node, I believe I saw, those nodes are going to also force him in a direction of being truer to himself and the lifelong lesson that he's meant to be learning in this lifetime. All right. So just hang in there. There's, really nothing you can do or need to do. The universe is working with him. All right. That's a read. That's what I have time for in a mini read. Thank you so much for your patience and for asking and for trusting that I've answered your question to the best of my ability. KB, you are next. Thanks for your patience, everyone, and thank you for letting me read for you, Jessica. I deeply appreciate it. If you haven't already and you're open to it, please hit that like button. Helps the channel and the content get circulated. If you're not subscribed, please do, because sometimes I'll just pop in and do mini readings for people without making an announcement first. And you definitely want to be subscribed. You want to hit that notification bell so that when I do mini readings, you're the first to know. And you can be first on the list. After Kristen B, we've got Kinsley, and then we've got Lennox, 1966 in that order. And then, let's see. You're welcome, Jessica. I hope that resonated for you. No, spot on. Okay, that's good. I'm glad that there was some resonance there. I try to keep it, as close to, what it is that will help you as possible. Okay, Alyssa and Ken, I have both of your payments, all right? So you've both been added to the list. Thank you both. KB, where are you at, girl? Let's keep this list moving. Kinsley, are you here and are you ready? And Lennox. Okay, hang on, KB. I don't see your question here, babes. I see Jessica Exos, but I don't see KB's. I see Scarika Ninja talking to me. I see Grace talking to me. I see Alyssa asking where the PayPal link is. But KB, I don't know. Gemini Princess, do you see it? Thanks, KB. Appreciate it. I can see you saying, can you see any of my messages, KB? But that's all I see, hun. Okay. Yeah. All right, Kinsley, Linux 1966, and Sarah Y. Please, please, please get your questions ready so that we can roll as soon as I call your name. Okay. While we do this, I'm going to grab some water. I'll be right back, my peoples. Okay. Ooh, moon water, Skerica. That sounds delightful. I'd love some moon water. You gonna tell us how to make moon water, Skerica? That would be lovely. Okay. Next 6 months for us. The last time he spoke was on May 1st, and it was very positive. Awesome. I love hearing that it was positive when you guys speak. That's wonderful. Okay. Miss KB. Los Altos. Is that the only Los Altos in here? Okay. Yeah, just it's okay. It's okay, KB. Thank you. This is why I ask people to hold, because sometimes so many fragments come in that I can't always see what it is that somebody is sharing very clearly. So 9:01 p.m. Los Altos. Let's get it. Yeah, no worries, KB. It's totally okay, honey. Totally okay. Kinsley and Linux 1966, you're next. Um, super vibey. That sounds nice. Let me just get my little timer together. All right. That's okay, KB. That's okay. So looking here at what I'm seeing in this chart, what do I see for you? Is that the question? Next 6 months. Okay, baby, I probably can't go for the whole 6 months, but I can tell you kind of the overall energy for the second half of the year with so many planets going retrograde. So to that point, with so many planets going retrograde through the eighth house of this connection, there two of you are wrapping up a cycle. Whatever it used to be between you and however it used to be between you, whatever you guys used to do and the way y'all used to be, it's not going to be like that anymore. There is a death here, really, for the masculine energy between you, and it looks like the two of you are kind of softening and opening up a little bit to more feminine energies around the way in which you two interact and connect with one another. So, keep in mind when we're talking about masculine and feminine energies that both of you have both. Um, that you're not, a singular one, but the thing that you're looking for is, to understand that there's, that projected, ambitious, directed, move forward, take charge, and like force this thing to or build this thing, that way of interacting in this connection is coming to a completion. And what's coming online now is a need to be able to soften and open up and receive what the connection wants the two of you to do, and relax and allow what it is that the divine is asking you to open up to. That's what's unfolding now and over the next 6 months, is that softening. And both of you, in that softening, there's a real need to kind of stop trying to predict or project where this is going and be with where it is. So that, because by being with where it is, the feminine energy in this connection is going to move here into this fifth house of creative creations, um, creative work, creative offspring. And it's going to allow something very new and very beautiful to blossom between the two of you. And that new thing, based on what I'm seeing, on the house placements of this little chart, this new thing does have romantic potential to it, but it's really dependent on actually letting go of the romantic potential first. That's what has to happen. You've got to let go of driving it somewhere and making it be a thing and trying to land it in a particular direction. And by letting go, it comes together. That's how this looks to me. Like I said, there's potential for things to go in a romantic direction in 2021. But the next 6 months are really about allowing that letting go. Yeah, friends, like just no expectations. We're just hanging out. I like hanging out with you. You like hanging out with me. No expectations. It may be what it is for forever. And that would be okay if it's like that. but really dropping any expectation that it's other than what it is today. That's what allows things to have that beautiful new beginning and that rebirth that we just spoke about. All right, Kensley, you're next. Thank you for allowing me to read for you, KB. I'm super pumped for you. Definitely, I can only see so many things in a mini reading. So, take what resonates, leave the rest. And, I ask everyone here, take what resonates, follow your own intuition, leave the rest. Do not compare your reading to somebody else's and what they're getting, because I am legitimately responding to your question with the first thing Spirit shows me to look at in your chart. All right. Um, so if your reading doesn't sound like someone else's, it's because I didn't see anything that was like theirs. You want to pay attention to your own chart and your own reading. If you happen to get a message from your intuition from somebody else's, definitely take that for yourself. But if you don't, that's okay too. All right, Kinsley, baby girl, where are you at? Um, that's so cool. All right. And then after Kinsley, then Lennox, it'll be you. But Lennox, prepare yourself to repaste your question, okay? Um, because once I start reading, Kinsley and I may go back and forth a little bit. I need to have your question when I call your name, not before, okay? After Kinsley, there's Lennox 1966, then Sarah Y, then Alan. Um, okay. Thanks, Lennox. I really appreciate that. And if you're motivated to hit that like button, I super appreciate it. That's always a nice thing to do. Um, nice. All right, Empress of Duality. That sounds good, Brooke. Thank you for joining us. It's nice to see you, sweetheart. We still have a little bit of ways to go. Right now, I'm going to read for Kinsley, then Lennox, then Sarah, then Alan, then Allison S., then Chrissy, then Mackenzie, then Erica, then Salma, then you, Brooke. Okay. So we have a little ways to go. If you need to grab something to eat, please do. Um, okay. Kensley. Kensley, where are you? Hey, Stefia. Welcome. I'm operating a paid list at this point in time. And the way that I read doesn't provide a way to make another person do another thing. So I may not be the right reader for you if you want to know what you have to do to create them doing a particular thing. I definitely don't read that way. So it's great to have you. Nope, Kim Mai. After Brooke, then there's Heather, Kim Mai, Gemini Princess, Andrea, Monique, Darlene, Navgote, Ken, and then Alyssa. Um, so yeah, yeah, you're not last. You're not. I didn't skip you, baby. It's just a long list. So, Stefia, you're welcome to hang out and kind of see how I read for people, see if it resonates for you. There's definitely readers who will tell you there's things you can do within yourself, um, in order to, get your person to come around. I'm just not one of them. That's all. Okay, Stefia? But welcome. It's good to have you here. If you're just in for good twin flame company, you may get some intuitive messages for yourself, if you want to hang out. And given how long the list is, let me get through a little bit more of it. And if you decide you want to join, you can, based on what you see. Okay, Kensley. I don't see Kensley, so we're going to move on to Miss Lennox. Lennox. Where did you go? Lennox. Okay. Let me go ahead and do Lennox. Kinsley, I don't see it, honey. I don't see it here, hun. I don't see it here at all. I see Lennox. I see a bunch from KB, and I see Skarika talking about moon water. But Kinsley, I don't see you, so I'm going to need you to repaste it. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and read for Lennox now. Okay. Lennox, I'm going to pull the chart. What is your question? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Brooke. That is so nice of you. I'm going to make you a moderator real quick. Thank you so much, Brooke. I super appreciate it. And I super appreciate all of your patience. So I have all the birth dates. Lennox, tell me what your question is. Okay, 7 years in, he's married. We're friends. Last year, he asked me to forward the DM message you did about the hero's journey. Could you please comment on where he may be at and will he ever be single? Got it. Okay, Lennox, thank you. I'm going to look at his chart for that, okay? Your birth date is June 3rd, 1966, Toronto. His birth date is June 14th, 1954, Italy. Okay. Italy. June 14th, 1954. Italy. Okay. Let's see. June 14th, 1954, Italy. Oh, Lord. He's got a stacked sign of Cancer. Well, okay. Whew. You know what, Lennox? I can't even see what all of this is right here. Let me just set my little timer. Okay. Get my annotation tool out. So this is a lot of Cancerian energy, like a lot. We've got Mercury at 15 degrees. Okay. Venus at 25. Jupiter at 4. Uranus at 21. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I see more than that here too. Yikety yikes. And we have Make. Okay. And we have a lot of energy in Capricorn too. Girl, let me tell you something. Lennox. This little configuration here has been getting such a hard hit from the transiting energies in Capricorn in 2018 and 2019. They've been getting such a hard hit that he is being invited to create a very new way of being in the arena of relationship. Now, that could mean that he's being invited to complete his current marriage if it's not in alignment with who he is. But that doesn't mean that he will. Next year and the following year, this energy continues when this Saturn energy gets into Aquarius fully, and then it squares his partnership asteroid and squares his moon. at the end of 2021 and going into 2022. So there may be some window where he opens up between 21 and 22 where things complete. Um, but he's so much Cancer energy, um, that I don't know that he will make the leap. And I also don't know for sure that his current marriage isn't aligned on his soul contract and soul path. It may be. So depending upon what that marriage is and if it's, aligned for him, um, he may he may transform the marriage in a particular way. Because I definitely see massive change here. That's no doubt. Uranus's movement through Taurus and the Saturn movement here through Aquarius, that's going to bring big, big change to this man. Um, he was like that on our last reading. Yeah, big change. These energies are slow moving. I don't know what else to tell you. This energy is in place until the end of this year. So you may not need another reading until 2021, is what I would tell you. Um, but yeah, the big changes really kind of occur starting in 2021. There's already been a lot of agitation to this Cancerian energy in his chart and agitation to his moon energy, really helping him recognize and understand more of his own emotional depth and his emotional truth. But the window for completing the marriage has opened and it remains open through 2022. If he does this, and this, when I say completing it, this is the easiest it is going to get for him to make the completion. Um, it's the kind of thing where, you know, when a window like this opens, they they open over and over and over again throughout time. But we are coming out of a period of time in human history where what people have done is stayed in marriages. They just emotionally checked out, but physically stayed because that was the more moral mandate for marriage. So, he may choose to stay. I don't know how he's going to work with it. But this window of time that's opening is the window that's going to, this 3-year window is the window that's going to make it the easiest that it's ever been for him to make a departure. And then there will be a period of time that's going to stop being easy to depart after that. Okay. So I don't know what he'll choose to do with it, but that's kind of what's going on is the universe is giving him a bit of a shakedown in terms of, you need to bring your marriage or your relationships into better alignment than what they've been, because what they've been isn't aligned with your heart's deepest truths. And he'll either do that inside that marriage and take it to the next level, or he may leave it if it doesn't evolve for him. um, but he's definitely getting the hot and holy shakedown from the universe, to make some new choices. Things can't stay the way that they've been. All right, so I'm going to read next for Kinsley. Kinsley, I thank you so very much for repasting. It helps me out a lot when people do that. After Kinsley, and thank you for letting me read for you, Lennox. Like I said, this energy is in place for the next 6 months to 2 years, so you may not need another reading anytime soon. Just know that this is kind of the way it's all working. After Kinsley, then I'm going to do Sarah Y, then Alan, then Allison S, in that order. And after those three, then it's Chrissy, Mackenzie, Erica A, Salma, Brooke, Heather, Kim Mai, Gemini Princess, Andrea H, Monique, Taling, Nefkote, Ken, and Elise. I want to go ahead and welcome Sita. Thank you for joining us. You're welcome to join the list if you'd like, K through 12. Edu Consulting, you're welcome to join the list if you like. Just know that it'll be a little bit before I'm able to get to you. All right. If I'm not able to get to you, or for some reason you have to go when I call your name at the end, if I still haven't found you, I'll definitely refund you. Okay. Let's pull up Kensley's information. Okay. Um, what is Kensley's question? What is the energy of our connection and will it move forward? Okay. So I'll do for you the date of your union. And so for everyone paying attention, that's the information I need when I read for you. Okay. 2 13 2020 7:30 p.m. Texas, Austin. Okay. So you guys just met. That's awesome. All right. Um, so I can only answer one question on a one question mini read. So I'm going to answer the question, what's the energy of this connection, Kensley? Okay. Um, so there's Aquarian energy here at the heart of this. That's the sun, and Scorpio energy here. That's the moon. This connection has an energy of big change, big transformation, and it is asking both of you to evolve. You're both, however this is, you're both in a moment of your lives where um, the people you're meeting and what's going on, you're both being asked to change big time. In particular, you, Kinsley, I see here that your birthday is 510, so that makes you a Taurus. That Taurus energy is the energy of um, wanting to grow and keep things kind of steady and stable. What I can tell you about 2021 and 2022 and the second half of this year is that none of that is going to work for you. These are the years, and this relationship is one of them, where you're going to meet people who are part of your evolution and part of your transformation in a really significant way. The people that you're going to meet, including this person, um, and this particular connection, are really going to allow you to understand what's valuable about my feminine energy and what's valuable about feminine energy on the whole. What's the truth about my emotions and my emotional integrity and where it stands when it comes to my soul connections and soul tribe, in particular in the arena of work. And when it comes to romantic partnerships, specifically this one, you're being asked to heal a lot of old wounds when it comes to love. Some big wounds around abandonment and knowing that you've always got yourselves, your own back. You're being asked to heal some wounds around deception and spirituality, and knowing that you can trust your own intuition if you lean into it, and not ask things. Let me put that a different way. Both of you are going to learn the lesson of needing to be willing to hear what's true, even if the answer is, I don't know, from the other person. And this is going to allow both of you to become very different people as this connection evolves and as it grows. So that's kind of the energy that I'm seeing here. It's one of change, evolution, valuing the feminine, healing wounds around abandonment and spirituality, and really allowing you to come home to your own emotional truths and emotional integrity. All right. That's what I have time for in a read. And that's the most thorough answer that I could give you to this question with this person that you just met. So I'm wishing you all the best with it. It looks like a lovely connection. It's a very deep one, a very deep connection, Kinsley, that if you give it, if you allow it to, it will change you both for the better. And it'll allow both of you the opportunity to become better versions of yourself, simply by tuning into how you feel and how your feelings are guiding you in the connection. All right. Thank you, Kinsley, for letting me read for you. And just a reminder for everyone, when I look at your chart, I can only answer one question in a one question mini read. So please pick one question to ask. Um, and what's the other reminder? The what I'm seeing in a chart is based on that one question in a mini read. I'm trusting spirit to show me what I need to see in order to best answer your question. So do your best to not compare yourself or your reading to somebody else's. I had someone do that recently and she was frustrated about her reading. And the reality is that you ask and spirit says, look at this. This is where her answer is or their answer is. So I thank you for trusting my ability to see accurately what there is to see. And I also thank you for trusting your own intuition when it comes to your reading. Stay true to your own intuition and pay attention to what resonates, because there's only so much ground we can cover in a single question mini reading. Okay. Thank you all so much. Sarah Y, it's your turn. Then Allison S, in that order. Please get your question ready. I did see that A. Morrison jumped on the list, so I've got you, babe. Thank you so much. After those three, then we have Chrissy A., Mackenzie, Skarika Ninja, Salma, Brooke, Heather, Kim Mai, Gemini Princess, Andrea, Monique Talling, Nafkote, Ken, Elise, and A. Morrison. All right. So um, let's see. Thank you to my mods, Empress of Duality, Brooke. Thank you, Gemini Princess. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Grace, I really appreciate you guys being here. It is so helpful to have moderators when I'm doing this, because there's just so many things to juggle when I'm reading. So thank you. And for everyone who's so patiently waiting, I just want to say a big thank you for subscribing to this channel, and to my other channel. It's so wonderful to be in community with you. I really love the opportunity to be able to read for you guys. So awesome. Okay, Sarah, I've got you. Let's go ahead. Tarot list. The list is Tarot Love Goddess. The list is long. So you're welcome to, but it might be about an hour or so before I get to you, honey, okay? And if that's okay with you, then you're more than welcome. Kind of two facets of the same question. So however you want to take this, it's okay. What's challenging us right now, and any advice on how to handle it? Okay, advice on how to handle challenges. We'll make it, that's easy enough to be a singular question. And that's basically the root of that question, is just what's our work at this time? So Sarah, let me look here at the Union chart, Burbank. I have 3 Burbanks. Santa Clara or Junction? Which Burbank? Hey, Morrison, thank you also for, I think it was you who sent the really generous extra donation. That was really kind of you. You didn't have to do that, hun. I really always appreciate it when people take the time to send a little extra donation. Thank you. You're welcome, Kinsley. You're so welcome. Californian. Yeah, I got it. Los Angeles. Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay. Challenges of the current moment. Um, okay, so it looks to me, let me just see how I have this. Okay. Okay. Are you two in communication, Sarah? Because I see communication happening here. Um, Taro, love, you're funny. I love your PayPal name. You look like you guys are in communication, Sarah. Um, you also look like, wow. Okay, Sarah. So I'm seeing a couple of things that are letting me know that you guys have a real opportunity to step into um, a coming together at this time. Um, Jupiter's going to retro. Saturn's going to retro. Venus is going to retro. Mars is going to retro. Intermittently, he's in quarantine with his family. You're solo, but you text occasionally. Okay. And then Mars is going to retro through, oh, the 9th. Okay. Um, yeah. Yeah, there's a real possibility for you two to be in more communication than just intermittent at this time. I do see that there is a coming together energy between the two of you at this time, where Juno and Jupiter by transit are having a conversation with one another in this union chart. I'd need to look at your individual charts to see what's going on more specifically. But when I look at this chart, I can see that there is a major activation going on this 11th house, 5th house axis. We've got Saturn commitment approaching the 7th house of committed partnership. That Saturn approach is making a harmonious aspect to the moon of this chart, which lets me know that it's not a separation. It is a coming together. It is a deepening with this Juno divine feminine talking to divine masculine, and this Jupiter divine masculine talking to this Juno divine feminine in this chart. Venus is going to retrograde back and forth over the moon of this connection while this Saturn is, preparing to approach. Saturn's already retrograde, but this Venus retrograde is having both of you look at this again, because this is 11th house of wish fulfillment. Could this be the relationship that I want to be in? Both of you are having that conversation with yourself and looking in that way. You more so than him, but he's got eyes on the prize and having energetically, he's being energetically prepared to take it to that place if that is something that's aligned for him in his natal chart at this time. And so, this coming together, like this activation, this particular year, is laying the foundation and the groundwork for the opportunity for the two of you to potentially come together come solstice time of this year. And that window opens for the two of you, giving you the opportunity to take this to the next level over the next 2 years while Saturn is transiting the seventh house of this committed partnership, seventh house of committed partnership. So, I get it, you're speaking intermittently, but if there's a way that you can kind of kick things up a notch, and not force it, but explore it, there's real opportunity for this to come together. When you ask what's challenging right now, I would say pandemic. Circumstantially, you're challenged, but that doesn't mean you two can't be in communication. In fact, deeper communication can be possible during this Venus retrograde, given how much Gemini energy the two of you have. So I don't see challenges, Sarah, when I look at the two of you. And if there is a challenge, that lets me know it's not in the chart. It's something that you need to process individually, through your energy field so that you can get to a place of deeper connection. So there's an opportunity here, and hopefully the both of you are poised to take it. Being too in your head and trying to play it too cool, and trying to be too in your head and trying to play it too like, let's get there, let's make a relationship, let's hurry up, let's do it, why aren't you calling me back? That either one of those could really crumble this. It's really about giving yourself the opportunity to explore it. All right. All right. um yeah, I get it, Sarah. It's like that for everyone right now. This is definitely a pre-union path kind of year, and like I said, um your opportunity is, it's upon you. There's this beautiful 2-year window where things could start coming together very nicely. So just do what you can to stay in touch and stay connected and explore what's there and reveal your heart and be true. Be honest with your heart. That's all you really have to do, Sarah, and things have the opportunity to potentially come together. But yeah, in answer to your question, what's your challenge? I didn't see any challenge. I saw a red carpet right there. So yeah, thank you for letting me read for you, Sarah. Alan, what's your question? And don't worry if you guys don't come together in this 2-year window. It's not like you won't, you have the opportunity. This is just a period of time where it's going to be the easiest. You can still come together during other periods of time. Okay. So we've got Alan. Yay. Okay. Um, okay. How's he doing? Let's have a look, lady. Let me pull up the chart 1 second. All right, Alan. It's good that you've been praying for him. That's always really a nice thing to do for your beloved when you guys can't be together, when you're not in communication. Um, you know, as I'm looking at his chart here, what I'm seeing. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Well, my dear Melinda, your sweetie's having a hard time. I'm not going to lie. Saturn is sitting on top of his moon, separating him from getting some of his emotional needs met, showing him in no uncertain terms exactly what those emotional needs are. Saturn transits to the moon are some of the most difficult transits you can have in astrology. It's about a 7.5 year transit and period of time that really can have you feel very compromised in the area of your chart where Saturn sits. And for him, that's fourth house, that's roots, that's home, that's family. So there could be a big separation going on with family as certain things are revealed. With this Uranus transit opposite his sun, Uranus is giving him a major divinity activation, but it's right opposite his sun in the arena of committed partnership, square his moon. So there are some issues that have occurred with the family that are getting brought to light at this period of time that are allowing him to begin the process of recognizing where he's stuck, what his needs are, and what he needs to do in order to change and evolve to get his needs met in this lifetime. Unfortunately, what I'm seeing here is a pretty painful process, Melinda. Wait, Alan, is this you? Oh, this is not you, girl. Okay, thank God. I'm so glad that is not your twin because I did not like looking at that girl. Whoo, whoever that girl is, her twin is in for it. Let me find you, Miss Melinda, because I have your chart saved. I have to like dig them all out. I should probably put on my glasses so I can see a little bit better. My bad, sweetie. You guys, prayers up for Melissa's twin, because that was whoever Melissa is. I've probably read for her at some point. Her twin is having a rough time. That chart was showing me all the pain. Whew. Thanks for your grace around my humanity. Melinda twin. Okay, got it. Your twin was born in the Long Beach 426. I got it. All right, there we go. Long Beach. All right, how is your twin doing, Melinda? Let's look. Ta-da! Yeah, thank God that is not your twin because that was a rough looking chart. Oh, man. Well, shit. Okay, it's not as bad. That's good. That's really good. All right, so, okay, your person, yay, divinity activation. I like seeing that. Uranus conjunct the sun, and he's got Sun, Pallas, and Jupiter sitting conjunct together in his natal chart. He's learning some really important lessons about self protection at this time and about taking care of himself and honoring himself and honoring who he really is. Oh, this makes sense. Melinda, when did I remember he dropped out of communication a while ago. Let me reset this timer for you. He dropped out of communication um a bit ago. And I believe it was probably when this started. What the reason why I'm bringing that up is because he's this learning how to protect himself energy. I mean, that's probably why he dropped out of communication. I don't think he just dropped out of communication with you either. I think he probably dropped out of communication with a few people. Yeah, certain friends may have departed, and Uranus. So then where is the Jupiter? Where's Sagittarius? Yep. He went through a big change, a big death. And then Pallas associated with Aries. Yeah, it was in the psychology of his mind. Yeah, he had to withdraw in February. Yeah, he needed to withdraw big time in order to deal with himself. And if that was in February, that was right when the divine feminine went retrograde. He may resurface when she goes direct after May 26th. Um, or sometime after she gets out to the later stages of the Juno retrograde. He may resurface once we get her out of shadow later on this year. But it looks like he's, kind of like a turtle, like pulled into his shell, just protecting himself for now while he's going through some megawatt changes to who he is and how he feels about himself and what he knows to be true about himself. Alan, I'm not so sure in your connection that he's not the divine feminine. He may be, given some of the energies I'm seeing here in the chart and the action that the outer transits are taking and what I know about your story. Um, and so if this is the case, he's kind of walking, the feminine energy in this connection is getting a lot of activation at this time, and so is he in terms of his own divinity. But yeah, he's needing to suck himself into the little tortoise shell while he does it, and allow himself the space and the time to breathe. To be honest with you, as I look at this energy here, my suspicion is that, especially with this Venus retrograde here for him, yeah, and then the Mercury retrograde will happen in Cancer. He's probably feeling a lot of relief to not have to be social with people right now, to be really honest with you. I don't see him wanting to be much of a communicator with many people at all. And then the last thing I'm seeing before our time's up here is this energy here. He may have lost his job, and be needing to find a new job. Yeah, he may have lost his job, needing to find a new job, and there is a little bit of challenge when it comes to family stuff like roots, which is similar to what we saw in that other chart. So bizarre. There is some challenge to the fourth house roots with that. And so he's just trying to figure out, what to do with himself and his life. He's in a new place of deepened sensitivity at this period of time. And he's just trying to find his way, Alan. So yeah, prayers up to your boo too, honey. He's a good guy looking to do good things. He's just trying to sort himself out right now. And so he's got a lot of changes that are happening internally, and not only internally, but it does look like if he did lose his job, he's got some changes to figure out externally too. And it looks like he's going to try to not have to go back home and shelter with family. It looks like there's an estrangement there with family, and he's trying to avoid needing to go home in order to be able to deal with this. It looks like he wants to stay as independent as possible. With that Uranus crossing over his sun, it's just a matter of whether or not he will be. Okay, Miss Allison, scoff. Okay, 614. Nope. Dang. His chart. All right. Um, Alan, thank you for trusting me to read for you, honey. Sorry about that mix up right up front, but I guess Melissa's person needed some prayers, so sending him some white light and some divine love. Okay. Pennsylvania, Scranton, 12 5 1972, 1 p.m. Okay. What's going on? Oh, good, Alan. Yeah, it looks like your prayers are being answered, honey. Thank you for letting me read for you again. It's a pleasure. Hmm. What is going on with your person? Okay, Allison. Mm. Yeah, Sarah, that's a good question. On a single question reading, I can really only go so deep, honey. So if you want to know what's really going on in your person's chart, what I would recommend is booking a personal reading or a twin flame reading when those come back. They're not available at this time. I'm only doing one question readings for quick check ins, as my guidance has really been to not, super deeply, like, my guidance has been to really super deeply support people at looking at themselves, um, and really support them at working on themselves during this time. So I won't be able to do, like, a second follow up to deep dive tonight, honey. But if you would like a personal reading to look at your own stuff, I highly recommend you email me. Thank you, Gemini Princess. Um, and we can look at your stuff and take a deep dive for you. And for those of you who are looking to wanting to understand, why isn't she doing twin flame readings? Doesn't she do twin flame stuff? There is a video that I created called, Twin Flame 2020 Union Energy Update that explains what the overall energies are for both twins over the course of 2020 and why it is, from an astrological and intuitive perspective, I'm only offering individual readings at this time. Okay. Um, but those twin flame readings, some of them will be back in limited quantity soon. I've been getting kind of the nudge and some idea of timeline. I haven't gotten the full green light, but as long as you're on my private list, you'll be the first to know when they come back in limited quantities. Okay. All right, Allison, let's dig in with what's going on with your person, shall we? Let's see here. All right. So when I look at this, it looks like your person is wrapping up a really difficult transit. That's a bit of a dark night of the soul transit. This transit has to do with Saturn's positioning to your person's moon, which for you, it also includes your person's sun. Your person was born on a new moon in Sagittarius. Um, and so, this particular transit of Saturn through Capricorn, the next sign after their Sagittarius Sun Moon conjunction, this transit, it was a 2.5 year transit that we're in the last 6 months of it now, with Saturn getting ready to retrograde right back into Capricorn. These are this is like the last of a really difficult time for your person. They've fought hard, learned a lot, The universe really kind of pressed their face to the ground and said, do not get up until you've learned certain lessons. And so they've been in the process of learning them. They've had a little bit of a breathing space these last 6 months. Um, as Saturn moved past the 13th degree of Capricorn, thankfully, they've had that breathing space to kind of start to recover. I do see that there was a lot of challenges in the arena of work and communication for your person, and that they've really been trying to figure out, how do I communicate better in the arena of work and with my coworkers, with my bosses, with my colleagues? How do I deliver what they're looking for, show that I'm a team player, be a part of the group without compromising and sacrificing myself in any particular way? So, that's huge that they've been going through this. It does look like they're coming through the other side. It also looks like they're learning how, hmm, hmm, interesting. Okay. So your person's also going to be getting a series of big changes that are going to help them understand. Yeah, better about who they are on the Sag Gemini eclipse axis and how they need to communicate in order to get what they want out of life. Um, it's interesting because for your person, the Sag Gemini eclipse cycle is going to force them into ending old patterns in relationship that have stopped them from having a higher level of love and connection, a more evolved level of commitment that's aligned with their higher truths. The Sag Gemini axis eclipse season is also going to change for them the way they think and the way they communicate about themselves and to the world about themselves. So this is huge, really huge. And those eclipse energies can probably already be felt by your person because we're so close to the June 5th eclipse that's coming up here on this axis. It will be a lunar eclipse, and so it's going to portend some level of completion or ending in the arena of communication. I don't necessarily see that that's with a romantic partner. I see that that's more so a style of communication, a way that they've been communicating. But that eclipse presages the beginning of a series of changes in the way that they've been doing thinking and communicating that has not been working for them, most specifically when it comes to work, sometimes when it comes to money, and all the time when it comes to intimacy. Those are the three areas indicated in this chart by that eclipse cycle: work, intimacy, money, um, and who they are as a person. So, um, just know that, their withdrawal at this time, there's probably a few different things, loose ends that they may need to tie up when it comes to partnership and relationship. They may have a couple of exes retrograde. It's not because these are people that they want, it's because these are people that they need to tie up loose ends with. And so just, give a lot of space and know that your person is evolving and changing, Allison. Um, and when it's time for you two to come back into communication, you will. You absolutely will. I mean, I can definitely see the separation here in your person's chart. You guys are not harmoniously speaking to one another in this chart at this time. So, um, thank you for letting me read for you. That is all that I have time for in a single question mini read. So I really appreciate your patience and allowing me to read for you, Allison. Um, you know, I just want to say that, when people pull away and we have these pockets where it seems like nothing is going on between us, that doesn't mean that nothing is going on ever. You're welcome, Miss Allison. I appreciate that. Um, and so sometimes it's just nice to let the universe work on it. Just because we can't see the roots growing doesn't mean that roots are not growing, that the plant is stagnant or dormant. Okay. All right. So, Chrissy, it's your turn. If you would go ahead and please post your question, that would be fantastic. Gemini Princess, thank you for being such an awesome moderator, sweetie. God, I appreciate you, girl. You are the best. You've been answering so many questions. I super appreciate it. Yeah, you're welcome, Allison. Okay, Miss Chrissy, can I have your question, please? All right, third I am. Let's get into it. Let us find out what the heck is going on right now. Yeah, you did, girl. It's okay if you would have missed it. You just would have come back at another date and time. And I would have read for you when you came back. Oh, that's not what we're trying to do. The list is really long, Babs. Give it a minute and let me just read out the list when I'm done reading for Chrissy, and then you can decide if you want to participate or not, because it's going to be a minute, okay? All right, Miss Chrissy, what the heck is going on? Let's see. Chrissy, when I look here at what's happening in this chart, I see you being in this place where you're like, yeah, I'm ready. And I see your twin person. Oh, it's in the 2 degrees. Yeah. Yeah, girl. I see you at like you're ready based on this energy here. Like ready, like steady Freddy ready. Like you're more ready than you've ever been. Um yeah, and you've been ready for a minute. Like you really want to deepen this, it looks like. Your twin person here, on the other hand, comes to be ready in December. It looks like they get to a place where they feel a little bit more ready by December. Um, yeah. Yeah, next year. You got 6 more months of this kind of energy where you were like, what the hell is he doing? Third I am. You got like 6 more months of this kind of like I can tell you probably feel a disturbance in the force, Chrissy, where you can feel some things happening. You may not be able to see it yet, but it does look like your person is being prepared to step into a higher level of connection with you based on this chart. Um, yeah, and this particular year, these 6 months is a period of time where things are going to feel a little wobbly, a little just like up and down, a little bit uncertain because we have a lot of retrograde energies that are about to hit in this chart. Um, but yeah, it does look like there's an opportunity to bring this together or take whatever your appropriate next step is. You can take whatever your appropriate next step is come December. Um, wow. Yeah. Yeah, Chrissy, but things feel a little wobbly between now and then. Because what happens is your masculine energies, both of you, yours and your person's, is getting this deep upgrade right now that is allowing you to understand what is true divine masculine energy. And how do you channel your masculine energies in a divine way in this connection? And so, ooh, yeah, your hearts are getting activated and open in this connection right now with this Uranus transit to Jupiter opposite the moon. Not only are your hearts getting activated, but you are also, hmm, yeah, you're starting to understand balance in a much better way than you've ever understood it before. Both of you. In particular, you, he's starting to understand balancing himself. You're starting to understand what fairness and justice is in a relationship. And so I can see there's a part of you that's pulled back just a little bit. But it's in that pullback that there's space at this time for this to start to take form and for spirit to start to bring this together, Chrissy. Um, so yeah, a really beautiful union window opens for you two in the beginning of next year, and it stays open. It looks like for about 2 years. It's a 2-year window where there's an opportunity for you to take the step that's in integrity for each of you to take based on the level of consciousness you two are at this time. So I'm not guaranteeing a full coming together, but I am saying that there's a lot of wobbliness and it's just spirit working on the two of you and helping you shift what needs to shift. So if you want to take that next step together, you can, Miss Chrissy, okay? So thank you for letting me read for you. Hopefully, some of that comes to resonate in the months to come. Um, and Yeah, it all looks really good. But yeah, just know that there will be a little bit of step forward, step back, and all you have to do is just be still. Yeah, third I am. I believe it. Based on what I saw on that chart, I believe it. It probably looks super chaotic in the 3D. Um, and you're like, what? But trust that what you're seeing in the 3D is all for the preparation of a chance to potentially come together if it's in alignment with each of your individual charts and your soul contract, okay? To really know for sure, I'd have to see your individual charts when I open twin flame readings back up. So, take take this with a grain of salt. It does look like, even if the step for union right now for you two is simply we're going to merge in the 5D, and then later on, at the next union window when it opens, we'll merge in 3D. Know that it's all happening for the greater good of allowing there to be harmony between the two of you. Okay? Mackenzie, Skarika, Salma in that order. And then after those three, we have Brooke, Heather, Kim Mai, Gemini Princess, Andrea H., Monique, Talene, Nafkote, Ken, Alice, A. Morrison, and then Kim P. Okay. And then Stephanie Axworthy just joined the list. So, yeah, 3rd AM. And I think that's part of the point why it goes that way. Mackenzie, if you can post your question, that would be fabulous. Thank you so much. I think that's partly why it goes the way it does, is because you're not supposed to imagine it. Source is imagining it for you. And you don't have to actually do anything. You just need to let Source do its job. So thank you everyone who's being super patient. I really appreciate it. To everyone who's here tonight, if you haven't yet been able to hit that like button and you feel led to, maybe you're getting a message for yourself. I super appreciate it if you do. Terry Lee, I'll check in on that in one moment. Right now I don't see it here, but I will definitely look. Okay. Okay, Babs, that's fine. No worries, honey. Whatever you want to do. Let me go ahead and look for our girl, Terry Lee. All right, Terry Lee. Yep, I have you. There you are. I really appreciate everyone's patience. Cool. Yeah, I have you, sweetheart. I have you. Babs, you're welcome to join the list if you want. Up to you. Where is Mackenzie? Has Miss Mackenzie, have we lost her? Skarika Ninja, are you ready? Would you prefer to go, Skarika Ninja? Yeah, it went through Terry Lee. Thank you, Susan, and welcome. I will be doing this again in the weeks to come. The best way to know for sure is to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell so that you're first notified as soon as I go live. I don't have the date set for it yet, but because all of May and all of June, most of June, are pretty much filled up for private readings. Skarika, go ahead and paste your question, honey. We'll come back to Mackenzie. Because most of the private readings are filled up, we'll go ahead and we'll just do the one question mini readings for a little bit. Oh, right, Tarot Love Goddess, I have you, but you're not, I have you. You're right after Kim P. I remember. Namaste and slay, baby. I got you. How could I forget? But you're right after Kim P. Okay. So as long as you guys don't mind hanging out, then we're good to go. And I thank you all for your patience. Definitely, there can be messages for you if you're willing to hang out and just listen for them. Okay. Not Mackenzie. Who are we reading for? Scarika Ninja. Girl, you trying to pack a whole lot. This right here, that's an entire personal reading. Break this down, girl, into one question for me. I need you to give me one question, and I'll do my best to give you the best answer I can with your one question. Okay? You can ask about him. You can ask about the person. Okay. I can feel and see things, but no action from him. It's been extremely spiritually connected, constant syncs, and big magnetic mirroring. I have you, Tarot Love Goddess. Don't worry. I have you. Help. Okay, Scarika, I got you. So do you just want an energy update, Scarika? Just don't know how to ask. Okay, how about an energy update? Mackenzie, I'll come back to you, babe. Okay. Let me know if I can do an energy update, Scarika. That's a lot of things you were packing in one question. And I get it. Sometimes it can be hard to know what to ask or how to ask or what you can cover in astrology versus what can't be covered. But yeah, let me know if I can just do an energy update here and we'll do that. Okay, we'll rock with that. Thank you, Mackenzie. Appreciate you, honey. You just want some good news. Okay, that's helpful, Scarika. Thank you. I will find what in the chart is good news to tell you, and I will tell you that. How about that, Scarika? I will look for the good news and I will tell you what there is good to tell. Sound good? 6 p.m. Detroit. Yeah, no, I get it, honey. I get it. But I love that you said exactly what was on your heart in the plainest words possible. I just want good news. That's very helpful for me because that allows me to know exactly what I need to look for you. And sometimes those communications from the heart, they're just the best communications to give to your twin and the best communications to offer of yourself to find to really create what it is that's going to be most helpful for everyone involved. So thank you for just speaking plainly from your heart. I just need good news. I can deliver that. Okay, my loves. First piece of good news I have for you is that this Venus retrograde that's happening here from the House of Wish Fulfillment back through the House of Fame and Honors for this connection and to harmoniously speak to the sun of this connection and the Mercury of this connection. So it does look like 12th house Mercury in Gemini. I don't see that here. Oh, your 12th house Mercury in Gemini personally. Got it. Okay. This right here is going to give you the opportunity to Both of you are going to have some fond memories about this connection that is going to support you both in understanding what was valuable about the connection and what beyond this year, because you guys are going to go through some really big changes this year and next year. There's a lot you two are laying to rest and letting go of. And there's going to be certain things that you're going to want to carry forward with you. And this retrograde, this 40 days of Venus, is going to show you what those things are. And it just came to me while I was reading for you. I highly recommend that if you have not done so already, you begin the process of making a gratitude list about this connection, what it's taught you, how it's fulfilled you, where it's taken you, how it's grown you, what about it you want to experience more of inside of your next connections and inside of this connection, because this Venus Gemini retrograde in the house of wish fulfillment and the house of fame and honors for you two is going to allow you to plant the seeds with your mind, plant the seeds with your thinking and with your communication. That's going to allow those things to resurface when the time is right. So it's a beautiful way to use that energy, because this is happening, that Gemini retrograde, Venus retrograde's happening here on the axis of manifestation, the fifth house, 11th house axis, and the axis of roots and home and work, and our workplaces. So there's another opportunity here as well for you to take what you've learned about the connection and bring it into what you value in the arena of work over the next 40 days. So that's huge. It's going to be a wonderful gift to take the time to list out for yourself what I loved about being connected with this person and what I want more of. And to the degree that you are able, make sure you list it and you name it, um, in positive terms, without using words like not or don't like or don't want or this but not. Make sure you just keep it all in positive terms. And that's really going to support those qualities coming back to you either through this connection at a later date and or through a different connection for both of you at a time when the time is appropriate. Um, hey, Alex, welcome. Okay, so that's awesome. Really cool class to take. The next thing that I can see going on is that this is specifically about romantic partnership for you with this Venus retrograde. I wouldn't be surprised if you receive some communication. A communication window is about to open up for you with your twin, Scarika. Um, and that communication window, it's not right away. It opens up at the end of this year, right past the solstice. Right around December 21st, a communication window opens up for you in this connection with your twin that lasts about one whole year, Scarika. And when that communication window opens, whatever is the next step for you and your twin, you're going to have the opportunity to take it. And so I don't know if that next step is going to be, hey, let's start seeing each other again in person, or if that next step is going to be, hey, let's just start communicating on the phone again, or if that next step is, hey, let's start dating if you've already been doing the first two, or if you haven't been friends yet, hey, let's start making a friendship that has no expectations and really honor and respect each other. Whatever is the next step for you guys are going to take that. Or the opportunity is there to take it from December of solstice, 21st of 2020, all the way through December of 2021. So a beautiful 1 year window opens up. Okay. So, yeah, baby. That's what's up. Thank you for allowing me to read for you and for trusting me with your chart. I'm going to read for Mackenzie now. And there's a paid list here, Joletta. It's pretty long at this point, so I haven't posted the reading information in a minute. So, um, yeah, yeah, just hang tight. I'm gonna read for my next person, Mackenzie Joletta, and then I'm gonna read out how many people are on the list. Mackenzie, you are a gem for repasting that. I love you, love you, love you, love you. Thank you. Super appreciate it. You're welcome, Skarika. And one thing that I just want to say while I set up Mackenzie's chart here is that, you know, there's a lot of different ways a relationship can look in the 3D. What's happening inside the chart is just what the energies show, but people can be doing anything with those energies. Sometimes people run from them, sometimes people honor them, sometimes people freeze. They go into fight, flight, or freeze with those energies. That doesn't mean that what I saw is necessarily what's going to play out. It just means that's what the universe is providing as support right now. And you specifically asked me for good news. That is what I gave you. It was the good news that I saw in your chart. So things may look a bit different in the 3D because I didn't tell you bad news. Things may also look different in the 3D because I also wasn't looking for what's actually happening. I was looking for the positives for you because that was your question. Okay. So we can go much deeper in a full on twin flame reading, which, as you know, are not available right now. So I thank you for your trust in me to honor your question with what spirit guided me to look at for you. All right. Mackenzie, you're next. What's his priority around true love? He's always ran away from me whenever we had a real chance. That's probably a timing issue. Let me see here. Let me set the timer here. My little thing. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So a couple of things. When he thinks about love, the seventh house of the sign opposite his sun, I should say, it's not his seventh house, it's just the sign opposite his sun. One of his core priorities is going to be feeling at home with someone. And that feeling of feeling like, I can really emotionally be myself. That doesn't mean all the wonderful, gushy, lovey dovey stuff that it means to you, Mackenzie. We don't know what kind of home he grew up in. And so feeling, quote, at home also includes all of the patterns of dysfunction around home until he has cleared them. But his priority is searching for that when he's thinking about relationship. That's thing number one. Feeling at home and making a relationship that repeats his home life, whatever that was, is what his priority is going to be and what he's sorting for in order to get in a relationship, at least one of them. And that's all I can see until we have his birth time, or unless we have his birth time, is the sign opposite his sun, which is Cancer. And Cancer is about the emotional feelings of home, the home we grew up in specifically. The second priority that I can see for him when it comes to partnership is a deep spiritual connection. And so he's going to be able to settle down in a connection with someone he has that deep spiritual connection with. That very well could be you. But again, as I opened with, this could very much be a matter of timing, simply because it was the right time for you to have a real chance with him. It does not mean it was the right time for him to have a real chance with you. And so it's important to understand that just because something's not happening doesn't mean that it's not time, or doesn't mean that it's not going to, doesn't mean that it's not meant to. It also, Mackenzie, it doesn't mean that he's running. It just means that sometimes timelines are not aligned. And when they are aligned, they will unfold the way they are supposed to. That being said, what it is time for in his life, he's got some cleanup to do right now when it comes to the way he thinks about love and commitment and relationship and what he's attracted to. There are some things that he's been attracted to that may not necessarily be that which he can settle down and commit to. And this little energy here of Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn are going about the business of cleaning up what he's attracted to so that he can finally be attracted to what's good for him and what can help him grow. It's going to up level his attractions and up level his desires so that he can be in a place of one, no loose strings with unfulfilled desires or love that's gone sideways from the past or unrequited or thwarted love. All of that's starting to get cleaned up at the tail end of this year, 2020. Then the second thing that you need to understand is that his eyes are starting to move toward what's it going to take to have something real, something long term in the coming years and months. So just know that, this isn't necessarily that he's running, that there is definitely some right timing pieces in play for your person, and those right timing pieces, just you have to allow them, is all I'm trying to say. And sometimes it can really slow things down when we take on the belief that what just because it's not time that we equate that with the other person running. Well, that can actually throw another brick up in the wall between us and that person. And so giving a lot of permission and a lot of space to um, recognize and honor the process they are in, and that sometimes that process has nothing to do with us. And that those moments when we've come together historically in the past, those moments were for, laying groundwork, exchanging light codes, giving us the opportunity um, to integrate what it might be like to have such big, huge, deep, profound love with another person. Sometimes we can only take a dose of that at a time, and then we need space to integrate it and reorganize ourselves and our lives before we're ready to do something big with it. Um, so, we're that's all I have time to share in a read, Mackenzie. I hope that's helpful for you. Give this some space, all right, Mackenzie? Give this some space, give this some time, and to the best of your ability, try to see what he's doing that is actually working for him, so that you're not unintentionally with your thinking placing energetic bricks in a wall between you called he's running when it's not that, it's just not time. Okay. um okay, so now we have Salma, then Brooke, Empress of Duality, then Heather, in that order. After you three, then we have Kim Mai, Gemini Princess, Andrea H, Monique Talene, Nafkote, Ken, Elise, A. Morrison, Kim P, Tarot Love Goddess, Stephanie A, and Terry Lee. Thank you, my ladies. I really appreciate you all being here. Oh, Stephanie A did not get on the list. She got a personal reading. So, Tarot Love Goddess, then Terry Lee. All right. All right, so let us have Salma. What's happening now and soon in the connection? Meditation in the park, there is, but the list is long, baby. I just read it out for you. So I don't know if you want to hang out for that. You may want to come back a different day. I'll be doing readings on a different day, but definitely subscribe to this channel. If you're not already subscribed, I invite you to subscribe because that will allow you to know when I go live again. Okay. All right. So, what's happening in this connection? Let's have a look, Selma. Thank you for your patience, Selma. And thanks for letting me read for you, Mackenzie. And thanks for trusting me to see what there is to see. In a single question reading, I can only go so deep and see so much. So I appreciate that you have a little bit of grace around what I'm seeing and what's going on with your chart. Because your reading won't be like everyone else's. It'll be what Spirit has shown me in response to your particular situation. Okay. Okay. Amazing meditation in the park. Sounds really good. Um, I will be back. All right, Miss Selma. Selma wants to know, and Tarot Love Goddess, let me just hit you with the information we need. Tarot Love Goddess, that's the information that I need to get you information. I need you to get that information to me when it's your turn. What is going on in this connection? All right, and I think I'm going to go ahead and close the list for tonight. All right. And I go ahead and close that list. What is going on in Selma's connection? Well. Miss Selma, Miss Selma. Wow. Okay, Selma. So, Uranus square moon in this connection, which is also square the divine masculine energy in this connection. This is showing me, okay, rethinking certain communication that the two of you had, understanding certain ways that you've struggled with. Yeah. Okay. And then we're okay. You guys are getting, yeah. Okay. Got it. There's now a complete story here. So, what's about to go down in this connection is a rewrite, is the word I'm hearing when it comes to the story of what you guys tell yourself about this connection, about one another, about what this has been. And you guys are also going to get some downloads about the ways you need to understand what this is. Yeah, there's the best word. They keep saying rewrite. They're rewriting their story, rewriting their thinking about the connection and who the other person is and what they are. And there's a rethinking about how you're supposed to be in this connection at this time, a rethinking about what the connection is and how to work it. There's a rewrite around the way the connection has influenced each of you and changed you. Yeah, both of you. Both of you are going through a period of reevaluation. There's a bit of a questioning about where would I be if this person wasn't in my life a little bit, or if I hadn't had that interaction or that connection with them, or that there's this thinking through it and this kind of recognition that you're both better people as a result of having been connected. So, uh, you've only ever been friends. He knows how I feel since August, and we haven't been talking much at all. Yeah, so this silence is helping both of you think it through, and come to recognition about the value of this. Um, because this Uranus transit to the second house of this connection is going to show you both. And that's the heaviest energy here in this chart, is the Uranus energy. That's the one that's being the loudest and most influential at this particular moment. This energy is about to make a massive, explosive understanding of the value of this connection between the two of you. And then there's going to be some changes in your thinking, both of your thinking about the connection as the series of eclipses hit this third house, ninth house axis. These eclipses are going to bring new insights and new communication with long pockets of silence in between. So, know that these pockets of silence, it's not that nothing's happening in those pockets. What's actually going on in those pockets is what I said, a rewrite that's having you both reevaluate the value of this connection as it pertains to the both of you. Okay. So that's what I have time for in a single question mini read. I thank you so much for trusting me to look at the energies for you, Miss Selma. Um, Beautiful energy there between the two of you, where you both start valuing this a lot more. No, not lowest, most impactful. Selma, I need you to hear my words accurately. Most impactful, it's the heaviest energy here, meaning it's the most influential. Everything else is a little bit like, a little lightning bug. That Uranus energy is not a lightning bug, it's straight up lightning. And that energy starts now and it goes for the next 6 or 7 years. But the big pieces of it start in June with the eclipse cycle on the Sag Gemini axis, Selma. Okay, not low, impactful. Okay, so thank you for allowing me to read for you. I'm sure you'd like more. And for anyone who feels like they have follow-up questions or they want more, know that I can't answer follow-up questions in chat responses to this or by email. The only way to get follow-up questions answered is to do a private reading. I do the best I can in a single question mini reading to get you the information that I see in with one question in 5 minutes time or less. Okay. So Brooke, Empress of Duality, it is your turn. Empress of Duality, then Heather, then Kim Mai, in that order. Okay, great. Thanks for letting me read for you, Selma. I'm glad you feel the big changes. They're coming. Be patient. And thank you for trusting what I see in the chart and answer to your question. Okay. All right, Empress of Duality. Let's have a look at this beautiful union chart between you and Sir Danny. September 5th. What year was this? I need to know what year that was, Brooke. Wilson, North Carolina. Hmm. A. Morrison, nah, they don't have that. But I'll tell you, A. Morrison, you've got at least 30 minutes, if not more. Okay. What year was it, Brooke? 2019? Okay. 2 p.m. What do we need to know about our energy to be able to work harmoniously together? Okay. Oh, look at this sweetness. Oh my gosh. All of the personal planets, except for the moon, are sitting together. And look at these beautiful benefics. Oh my gosh. Brooke, I don't even understand why you're asking me this question. Ah. And the reason I say that is because there's just such beautifully harmonious energy here between the two of you on the day you two met. It was kind of like this gentle little, you, it's you. Oh my gosh, you. I really like you. Let's hang out. You guys have such a beautiful energy together, Brooke. It's really very lovely. Um, the main challenge that I see in this chart for the two of you to kind of deal with, up and down, yeah. And that makes total sense that it's, up and down. There's a lot of changes going on. Um, a lot of changes going on, in the ether that is strengthening the sun. And by strengthening, what I mean is all that big Capricorn energy that's transiting in late stages of Capricorn right now are forcing the two of you to become better people, and to have more discernment about what you value, what you say, what your true motivations are when you're arguing. Are you saying things where you truly do want to hurt the other person, and just owning that, um, because you're hurting, and you're strengthening how you do partnership, um, and stepping into a higher level of partnership based on all the heavy Capricorn energies. The two of you are closing out old cycles and old ways of behaving when it comes to love and relationship. And you're both becoming more discerning people with greater capacity to make better choices that are in alignment with who you each really are and what it is you each really value. And this is really flying in the face of some of your old hopes and dreams for relationship, what you thought relationship was supposed to be, the way you thought other people were supposed to meet your emotional needs, and what you thought a relationship was going to do for you. Both of you are in the process of a rewrite. It's interesting, we have that word again, rewrite, rewriting relationship rules based on this up leveled capacity in this connection, because this connection came built in with a lot of up leveled capacity for growth. And so, what's going on probably for the two of you as individuals, I mean, I don't know, I'd have to look at your individual charts, is each of you is bumping up against the places where you've had individual limitations, Brooke, um, around relationship, self limiting beliefs, false templates around love, old templates around relationship and partnership, codependencies that need to be shed, misunderstandings about feminine energy and what it is, misconceptions about masculine energy and what it is. What this chart is showing me is that each of you is like, in the light of this beautiful connection you have, you two are bumping into everything that stops you from letting in the light. And so the up and downs are just the energies of you two. Oh, crap. Didn't realize that I had this wall here. Let me undo this wall. Let me take that wall down. Whoops, crap. I didn't realize I had that lens on every time I looked at you. All right, let me figure out how to take off these glasses. Whoops. crap, I had this old wound that informed me that I should believe this and think that about people in love and about vulnerability. Let me have a look at that wound and undo that. There's a lot of that going on right now in this connection, Brooke. And it's good. It's good stuff. It's just the best thing you can do given this is to get a lot of support um, to help you individually work the pieces out that prevent you from experiencing the great love between you that's already there. It's already here. It's very easy. I see a lot of flow and a lot of harmony here. But most of what's going on is a real need to peel back any walls that were built prior to this connection that stop the love from coming in. And so, this Capricorn energy that's happening by transit, and I'll just show it to you so you can see it real quick. This energy here is helping you do that. It's helping you facilitate that. And there's going to be a lot more support and facilitation and experiences that come forward next year to reveal where those walls are so that you can let them down. Okay. It reminds me a little bit of that saying. Somebody asked, Michelangelo, like, wow, how did you carve that beautiful statue of the archangel or of David? I don't remember who it was. And he just said, I kept carving until, like, I carved around the angel. I saw the angel in the statue and I just carved around him until there was nothing left but the angel. And that's essentially what the two of you are doing here. Okay. So thank you for letting me read for you, Brooke. Heather, you're next. Kim, Mai, and then Gemini Princess. Gemini Princess, I've seen that you've said that you don't know what to ask a few different times. And so you are more than welcome to go a little bit later if you want. But I also know, this might make a long night for you. So if you want to take a break and come back, you can. I know you've been moderating for a while. I super appreciate your service tonight. It's so helpful to me. Take a break and come back if you want. If you don't want to do that, if you know what your question is, feel free to just post it when we get to your turn, Gemini Princess. And then we will, if you want to log off more than anything, feel free to. Because I know this has already been a long night for you and I deeply appreciate that. Okay, sweetie. To my mods, thank you. I really appreciate your service tonight. It's always helpful to have you guys on. You do such amazing work for me. And I mean, Gemini Princess in particular, you just hang out for hours in direct traffic, girl. Like, thank you for that service. It means so much to me. Like, I really couldn't do this without some of the help that you guys provide. You make it a lot easier for me to serve. So thank you. Okay, Miss Heather. Yeah, you tarot love, you got a ways. You got at least 30 minutes, probably closer to 40. Okay. What's he going through at the moment with his partner? Oof. I don't know. 1962. 12. 7. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. What's going on for this man in the arena of relationships? No, you're not. You are, there's two Kims. There's Kim Mai and there's Kim P, tarot love. You're after Kim P, not Kim Mai. Okay. Oh, good, tarot love. I'm really happy to hear that. Tarot love goddess, if you've got a link to your channel, feel free to drop it in the comments so people can come check you out. And if anyone else, Oh, good question, Gemini Princess. Good question. Do, 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 do. No worries, Empress of Duality. Totally understand. Okay, so Heather wants to know what's going on in here. Okay. Well, shake down. Where's the natal Mercury? Okay. And the natal Jupiter. Hmm. And where's the moon? Okay. Okay. And the partnership asteroid. Shake down, break down, you're busted. All right, listen, Heather, let me tell you something. Heather, are you and your person in communication at all? Heather? Hmm. No. Okay, yeah, I didn't think so. Well, interestingly, no way, Morrison. I'm a horrible singer. But I do know a lot of 80s songs. Okay, so the thing that I'm seeing here, Heather, is that your person is going through a little bit of a resurgence when it comes to love. Um, and a little bit of a deepening in their understanding of love and commitment and what it is and attraction and what's meaningful and what's valuable to them. It also looks like, given the series of retrogrades that are coming and where these retrogrades hit in your person's chart, um, it just looks like your person is going through a period of time where they're like really starting to understand what matters to them in relationship in a completely new and different way, which is nice. It's a nice experience to have. Sometimes, you know, it comes with a bit of a review, a little bit of a like, ooh, like, like it almost looks like there's a life review going on here in the arena of love for your person, to be completely honest with you. It looks like a bit of a um, like they're taking stock of where they have been in the arena of love and what has mattered, which connections have mattered, what words have mattered, what actions, good and bad, have turned the tide in every connection that has been important to them. Um, so if your person is married or with someone else, they're assessing that connection. They're assessing the connection they've had with you. They're assessing connections they've had with other people. And they're just taking stock of who they have been in these connections and why they have been the way they have been and what it is that they're going to need to do to in this next chapter of their life, because your person is approaching their second Saturn return. In their next chapter, what do they want it to be about when it comes to love and relationship? What kind of relationship do they want? What kind of relationship matters? And who do they need to be in order to be capable of having that kind of relationship? because sometimes it's not about the person you choose, it's about the person you're showing up as, and how you're showing up brings out the best or the worst in other people, or brings out the best in relationship. And so your person's getting a bit of an opportunity to review the choices that they've made in relationship. This is choices that they've made in relationship prior to now, and what they want once Saturn fully returns at the start of next year for this next chapter and new segment of their life. I don't see divorce or separation energy here if they're dealing with somebody else. I also do not see, you know, if this is your twin person, I don't see major reunion energy here at this time either. I see continued separation, but what I do also see is that your person is just assessing, like in a very hermit card of the tarot kind of way. The heck is going on here? The heck did I do? How did I get here? And where do I go from here? That's what it looks like to me based on the positionings here in this chart. It's very self reflective energy, it's very self evaluating energy when it comes to love and connection. And so if they happen to be with somebody else, they're assessing that too, as I said. Heather, thank you for allowing me to read for you. I wish I had something more glorious to tell you, but I do know that these periods of reflection are extremely valuable in the course of love long term, especially when a person has a huge transit like a Saturn return coming up. Um, so I appreciate your patience, Heather. And I also want to just say for everyone who's still waiting, thank you. We're more than halfway through the list. We just passed the halfway point. Kim Mai, Gemini Princess, Andrea H, Monique, Talene, Nafkote, Ken, Elise, A. Morrison, Kim P, Tarot Love Goddess, and then Terry Lee. All right. We're going to go in that order. You're welcome, Heather Fleming. So yeah, feel free to hang out and listen for more messages for you, as there may be some coming forward. And if you feel called to, for everyone who's here, hit that like button if you haven't already. Please subscribe, so that the next time I'm live, you'll have the opportunity to get a read if you'd like. If you're just joining and you're missing the live, feel free to subscribe, hit that notification bell. Okay, and then the last thing that I want to say for everyone who's waiting is, in addition to thank you for your patience, Kim Mai, I'm just filling time. I'm waiting on your question, baby. So place your question, Kim Mai. The last thing I want to say to everyone who's waiting is just, do your best to not compare your reading to anyone else's. There's only so much ground we can cover in a single question mini reading. And I do my best based on the quick read of the energy that I can find to give you the best possible answer to your question. Okay. Wow. Okay, nice. Well done, Miss Kim. Okay. I'm going to read that recent reconnection date if that's all right with you. Way to go, you, on the reach out. Okay. Okay. So you were in San Jose. That's fine. I'll read from San Jose. But I need the time of day. And then for anyone who's waiting, just so you know, the things that I'm pasting in the comments there are the things that I need in order to be able to read for you. Okay, so make sure you have those ready when I call your name. All right. Okay. You're in San Jose, 3/20/20. I hope this was your coronavirus check in with your person. That was sweet of you. You never know when the last time you speak to someone will be the last time you speak to them. So it's nice that you checked in. Well, Kim, my. You two, the cycle that you're both in has an incredibly stacked first house, has a Cancer North node. I'm going to explain what all of this means in a second. It also has Uranus about to transit the fourth, and it has a Sun Chiron Lilith conjunction. Okay, so these are the most significant energies in this chart at this time. The Divine Feminine just went retrograde at this time. You reached out on 213, but he didn't reply. He didn't know it was me because of your new number. Got it. Okay. All good. So, what I'm seeing here is with this stacked first house energy, the cycle that you two are in is one, yeah, this is very pre merging energy. This is like destroying the self and getting reborn. This is a huge rebirth and huge reentry into the 3D world for the two of you. You guys went through a death cycle just before this, so there was probably a long period of no communication. I think you said it was like 3 years. Um, and then, which makes sense because there was a Saturn transit through the 12th house. Saturn would have made that 12th house transit 2.5 years long. And a 3 year silence is par for the course with a 12th house transit like that. Depending upon the chart ruler and Saturn's rulers inside you guys connection. Oh, Gemini princess, and a shake your sailor, and a shake your marine. Okay, 3 years. Okay, so there is a rebirth here, and it's wonderful that you initiated it with the Divine Feminine's retrograde energy here in the ninth house. That would have come out of you having learned certain truths, Kim, and recognized that out of those truths, because that's ninth house, and that learning, the silence didn't serve you anymore. Um, and you were ready to heal. You were ready to heal and move forward in your life. That's that Sun Chiron connection here in the second house. You valued the person that you were being as a result of communicating more than you valued the person that you were being as a result of staying silent and staying separate. And so this is a wonderful energy here, and a beautiful gifting that went on, and a wonderful way to have used this rebirth energy. You catalyzed it. It does look like now that Jupiter is about to go retrograde, he's about to take the baton from you and carry it forward. Um, expect it was killing you to not talk to him anymore. I wanted change. Yeah, that's perfect. You were right on track. Expect that this change that shifts between the two of you is going to change the way he is with you. The Jupiter-Pluto conjunction in that first house is transforming the way he's going to show up in this connection as it impacts the seventh house, the opposite house of committed partnership and relationship, one-to-one connections. And it is also going to allow him to heal as he thinks about, well, what kind of person do I want to be in my relating? There's still not an energy here that's letting me know, okay, this is now going to come together. It doesn't look like that. What it looks like is end of sentence, end of chapter, period, full stop, next page, new chapter. And in this new chapter, there is an opportunity for you both to be people who can heal in communication and together more than the two of you have had the opportunity to do so apart. It's like you did all the healing you could do apart. Now it's time for you to heal what happens next together and in some form or fashion of communication. The big thing here for you, Kim, is to have zero expectations of this very shifting sand that he is standing on, because he's still in the oven. You know, when you pull a cake out of the oven and it looks a little done on the outside, but you can tell it's not done because it jiggles in the middle. Expect him to jiggle in the middle, girl. He's going to do some wobbling, some waffling, some coming and going, some up and downing, some sharing certain things, and then some straight up not sharing other things, some disappearing. All of that is going to go on in the next 6 months or so. Expect more stability from him in communication and presence in the connection after that. But for right now, just know, yeah, no expectations, baby. That's it. You need to come in this with no expectations. He's going to jiggle in the middle, girl. But know that you got in communication for you and that you did it because it felt better to have him in your life than out of it. And that this is you honoring yourself and what the connection has taught you. All right, Kim Mai? And that's all that needs to be there is just, the truth is he feels better in your life than out of it. That's all that you need to do and deal with for right now. Okay, and that's all I have time for in a single question mini reading. Thank you so much for trusting me with your reading, Kim. I appreciate it. And thank you to everyone who's waiting patiently. There's less than 10 of you left, so this should go fairly quickly. Gemini Princess, Andrea H., Monique, Taline, Nakote, Ken, Elise A. Morrison, Kim P., Tarot Love Goddess, and Terry Lee. I'm so happy it resonated, Kim. Nice work on getting back in communication there. Guys, I need to take a quick bio break. Gemini Princess, you can either paste your question and let me know which chart I'm pulling. His chart? Okay, cool. What's happening with my person? There's no communication. I caught that little piece. I need to take a quick bio break, Gemini Princess. So I'm going to quick run do that, and then I'm going to come back and do your chart. Get it up first. And then Andrea and Monique, if the two of you could start getting your question ready, that would be fantastic. Andrea and Monique, you are after this reading right now with Gemini Princess, Andrea and Monique. Okay, ladies, CLAD. Okay, here we go. All right, I have this up. I'm going to go ahead and run to the restroom, and then I'll be right back, okay? Okay. All right. Miss Claudia, let's go ahead and dive in, sweetie. And let me just see what your question was, GP. What is happening? There's been no communication. And you checked on him in the pandemic and he didn't even respond? Golly, girl. I'm like, did you check the death certificates and the obituaries? Where is this man? Oh, why is he like this? All right, let me take a look. Okay, well, hmm. A few things I see going on. I see he just had a birthday, so happy belated to him. I hope you got a cupcake and ate it for yourself. Even though it's his birthday, I hope you ate a cupcake. Um, you felt his pain recently. Okay, good. And not that it's good that you felt his pain, but it's good that you know he's alive. Okay, so what I would say when I'm looking at, ooh, yeah, once again, yeah, I can. It's funny. It goes both ways. I can see you have been on his mind. I can see you in his energy field very clearly. Specifically, his, let's just call it his human masculine side. I can see that you've been playing a very vital role in his dreams lately. Um, a very active role in his human male dreams. Let's just leave it at that. We'll save the triple X for Marie. I'm sure she can tell you exactly what that means. Um, but yeah, it's so interesting because some there's some kind of interest here as the Gemini Venus goes retrograde, where you said you felt that. Um, yeah, I can. There's this Venus retrograde. Where is the natal Mercury right behind the sun? Oh, yeah. Whew, girl. This is showing me that he has some regrets about your absence from his life. Yeah, yeah, because there's that Uranus square to you. Here's you here in the fifth house of romance, and then here's the central sign of Taurus, and then here's the Venus retrograde. So all of this put together, Jemmy, all of this put together is honestly speaking about you. It's not speaking about love in general. It's not speaking about, his relationship that he's in. And it's not speaking to me about endings. It's more speaking to me of, oh, Jemmy, hang on. Oh, then where are you? You're here? Gemini, sweetie, I think he may have spoken about you to her. Um, I don't think you're a secret anymore, or that his connection with you is a secret. And if it has been, it won't be by next year. Um, it's about to come out. Um, yeah, I'm glad he has regrets about ghosting you, but it's more than just that. This isn't about ghosting as a behavior in romance. This is about values when it comes to love and emotional integrity. This is about communication and being our true selves. This is about recognizing where there's divine spark and capacity for something to be exactly what we wanted and wished for. This is not about, um, oh, I got her close and then I ghosted her. This is much deeper than just that. Because if it was just about the ghosting, we would be talking only about the third house and Mercury, but we're not. We're talking about way more than that. Um, and this chart is really speaking to me about regrets. Um, what is Neptune doing? Right. Yep. Yep. Um, regrets and um, the challenges of not being real, not being truthful, and not being honest. But this Uranus transit just before his sun um, is letting me know that secrets are coming out for him, things that he had tried to keep contained, those things are starting to come forward and get revealed. And the closer Uranus gets to his Mercury, and that's next year when it hits, I do think he's probably going to speak about the connection that he has to you, to her. My suspicion is also that if it's not about you, he's going to start speaking about this connection that he has to this person that makes him feel alive. Um, and so this energy here has been strengthening his resolve to do it, um, breaking down his walls when it comes to doing it and his fixedness around it. Um, yeah, I think that there's going to be some movement in 2021, baby. But when I look at this right now, it just looks like I'm getting that Five of Cups energy with this chart, with this reading. It's very much, three cups standing, but it's the two of cups that are down that has him like standing there in like abject sadness. This has caused him to have taken a hit self-esteem wise, Jemmy, because this is the self-esteem house, and these next 40 days he's going to really be beating himself up about this. I can also see that, yeah, you're just in his field. He's been thinking about you in that way. Um, yeah. Interesting, because oof, honey, there's a little bit of a like issue around self-respect as the Sag Gemini eclipse axis unfolds, Claudia. Um, This eclipse axis is going to force him into making choices that he can respect when he looks in the mirror. I know we've talked about this before, but there's something that's about to go on when it comes to, just how he feels about himself. He's going to start making some different choices because he's just going to start recognizing that the choices that he's been making when it comes to, being a kind of person that he values and that he respects, in particular with love, because his Venus sits there in the sign of Gemini. He's going to start the process with this Sag Gemini eclipse axis of seeing, because it's the second sign from his sun, that there are certain choices he's been making because he thought it made him the kind of person that he could respect. And he's going to start to see that the criteria he was using to be that kind of person that he respected wasn't his own criteria. It was somebody else's criteria. And he's going to start making new criteria for some of his choices when it comes to love and connection. God, this man moves slow, but it's fine. I mean, like I said, I've told you this before, Gemini. When this man comes in, it's not going to be any like okey doke kind of like, hey, how you doing? I thought we could catch up for a coffee. It's going to be like, you knew what was up. I told you what was going on. I felt it. You felt it. Let's do this. And you're just going to need to be ready. So just know that, Gemini Princess, I've sat on your reads on Marie's channel. So, I know your story and kind of what's been going on. And I also have read for you many, many times before. So, this particular update is kind of includes what I understand to be the build over time and the storyline between the two of you. So, thank you for letting me look. I'll also email you something extra just for being such an amazing moderator because I have some other things that I want to do some other things for you because you've just been so, 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 so generous with me with your time. I know you are, Gemini. You always are. You're never not ready. You're that girl who's sitting at home with her makeup on and her purse already stacked and her clothes ready for her date. Just like, I was just waiting on you. I'm ready when you are. I was just waiting on you. So, thank you for being such an awesome moderator and for letting me read for you once again. I really, really appreciate that. If you need to log off, by all means, please do. There's only about 7 or 8 more people here, so you need to go. I totally get it. It was a long wait. Andrea H., Monique, Talene, Nefkote, Ken, Alice, A. Morrison, Kim P., Tarot Love Goddess, and Terry Lee. I'm going to read you guys in that order. Thank you all for your patience. Andrea H., you're next. If you could please paste your question. And then Monique and Talene, if you could have yourselves ready, that would be fantastic because I'm going to read you two next. Okay. I know you are, Jemmy. I know you're ready, honey. I know you are. Okay. Andrea H., are you ready? It is your turn. If you could paste your question, Andrea H., I really appreciate it. And I may end up needing to refund Andrea if she couldn't wait. She had to go. Sometimes that happens, and that's okay. But Monique, are you here? It will be your turn, Monique, if you're ready. Amazing. Thank you so much, Andrea. I appreciate it. And then Monique and Talene, if you could both get ready, that would be so helpful. Um, thank you, Andrea. Chartreuse, which one are you, babe? I don't see a payment from Chartreuse. Um, Argentina. Awesome. Okay. Andrea, thank you. What is happening in Andrea's connection right now? Let's see. Fascinating. Well, it looks like the two of you might have some past life karma, um, and some past life soul contracts, and it looks like they're in the process of coming to completion and getting ripped up completely. I definitely see a lot of psychic communication, and I see that this is not really landing right now. It's like it slips through you guys' fingertips a lot. And that's mainly because when you met, at the time you met, it was meant to help the two of you do this completion work of this past life soul contract stuff. Don't underestimate this. This is really big deal kind of energy, whereby what you're being asked to do is set yourselves free when it comes to, um, having a lifetime with or without each other that allows yourselves to not be trapped in past life energies between the two of you. So I don't know what happened between you in a past life. However, this chart is speaking pretty directly about whatever it was, cleaning it up once and for all so that you two can find yourself in a completely new place with completely new energy, doing completely new things, and have the chance to start fresh if you want to in this lifetime without dragging the baggage of your past lives forward with you. Um, yeah, there's definitely a death to the way feminine energy has been used in between inside of this connection. If it has been used or abused, or another shadow way feminine energy can be used is that the feminine energy can use feminine energy and feminine power to manipulate masculine. All of that is coming to a close at this time, and this will be the last time the two of you have, if there, I doubt anything negative has happened between you. You guys just met. Um, but there is some level of heaviness that's carried over from the past, prior to you two reading, that's causing the two of you to close out this cycle now with this 8th house and 12th house transit. You're closing it out now, and you're going to open up a new chapter in 2021, at the end of 2021. There's a brand new chapter waiting for you, and a brand new way of being together, that has a lot more freedom to it and a lot less heaviness to it. And as you close out this chapter in time, what you're going to find is that you no longer have the heaviness. It's almost like you two close this out. There's a pocket of silence, and there may even be a lot of silence going on between the two of you now. It looks like there may be no communication in the 3D world, but it's like you wake up realizing, oh my gosh, I dreamed about this person again, or oh my gosh, I felt them and they're not here and we haven't spoken. And you may not even remember the dream. You just feel them in your space. And it's just because there's a lot healing going on right now. A lot of healing and a lot of closing out of past life heaviness, so that when you two come back together, what's going to happen is you're going to feel like completely different people to one another. In addition to feeling like completely different people, you're also going to feel like you're going to have the opportunity to say, whoa, 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 now that we've cleared that, do I even want to do anything else with you? Is there more to this, or am I released from this now that I've cleared all the past life stuff? Typically, when I've seen transits like that, um, you know, Monique, if you could please place your question, because you're next, honey. It is your turn. And then Taline, Nefkote, and Ken in that order after Monique. But yeah, Monique, it's your turn, honey. When I've seen transits like that, Andrea, what I've noticed is that people come together and they have this period of time where they're going to clean up something from a past life in this lifetime, because something about the knowledge or the consciousness that the soul needed to lay something to rest from a past life becomes available via the experiences in this incarnation, and it just wasn't accessible before. And then sometimes it just has to do with a level of consciousness and an awareness and an understanding. It's like, oh, great, now I got that. Now I can release this thing with this other human. Or it could be a tool, like somebody learned a tool or a skill or a new way of thinking, that switches up their level of consciousness and gives them the opportunity to close something out. So, big deal energy. Even if it's quiet, know that there's a lot going on in the etheric realm between the two of you. It definitely didn't look like anything going on in the 3D realm right now. But the changes that are happening in the etheric right now are going to set you two up for rebirth. Monique, where is your question, honey? And then Taline, are you here as well? So thank you, Andrea, for letting me read for you. Take what resonates of that and leave the rest. There's only so much I'm able to see and do in a single question mini reading. I really have to trust in a single question that Spirit is showing me what to pay most attention to in the chart. And in the paying attention to it, I'm trusting that I'm able to answer your question to the best of Spirit's ability to work through me in this moment in time. Okay, fantastic, TB. Okay, please get your question ready, TB. You're next, okay? Because as soon as I'm done reading for Chartreuse here, then it's going to be your turn. Giving up, tired, unstable since 2016. Okay. All right. So Miss Chartreuse, I don't have all the information I need from you, doll. Thank you, Gemini Princess. I just repasted the information that I need to answer your questions. Taline, do you have your info ready? Let me know. Nafkote, are you here? You are also going to be after Taline and Monique. Nafkote. Okay. Taline, paste your info for me. And while Chartreuse finds her details, then I will read for her. Thank you, Taline, for being ready. We are going to read you first, and then I will do Chartreuse if she's ready. If not, we'll move on to Nafkote. Naf the Madrick. Awesome. Thanks, Naf. You see how Taline pasted her stuff? Naf, if you could get it ready like that, Naf, that would be great, because then I'll do you as soon as I'm done with either Monique. Okay, you're welcome, Andrea. I'm glad that was helpful for you. May 7th, 1985, 10. 51 a.m. Okay. What's the rest of 2020 look like in general for me? Okay, let's have a look, Celine. One sec. Okay. Um, Talene, one of the big things I'm seeing here, mm, yeah, okay. Um, hmm. Okay, so for you, Talene, the rest of this year is going to give you some insight into where you need to be headed career wise. It's also going to take away certain things that you have been trying to do career wise that don't serve you anymore, so that new things can become a part of your path in 2021 that will serve you and will allow you to be the kind of person that you know you're meant to be. I don't know why, but I'm getting this energy of having, oh, I do know why. It's this energy down here. It looks like you've been thwarted in the arena of career and work in some kind of way. Like either there was a boss or, some other kind of person that really just kind of, it may not have been a person, it may have just been a circumstance, but it just looked like no matter what you did, you couldn't get ahead. And like there was like a dead end, it feels like here as I'm looking, and that dead end, you're getting redirected to backtrack and go down another path in a different direction so that you have the opportunity to do things that are truly aligned with who you are and what you want in your life, and do things that really allow you to step into the sovereignty that's yours and that has always been yours. It's interesting, this energy here is giving me the impression that there was like a path that you thought was going to lead to certain things. It was like you had a 2 plus 2 equals 4 around the path that you've been on career wise and work wise, and the universe is going, oh, you want 4. Okay, okay, we're not going to go about it that way. We're going to go about it the 1 plus 3 equals 4 way. And so it's like there's this shifting around you because the universe sees what you want, and it's going to go about the business of taking you back a couple steps so that you could go forward a few more steps in a different direction that's going to actually get you to the outcome that you've decided you wanted for yourself. Um, so, that being said, hang in there. Anything that seems like it is a rejection is actually just a divine redirection here for you. It's not actually a rejection. The divine is just registering what you truly want for yourself work wise and is going to help you get there through a series of redirections. These redirections are also going to help you better understand why certain things have not worked out the way that maybe you wanted them to in the arena of love and partnership. Once we get out into the latter half of the year, the Mars retrograde is going to facilitate a lot more clarity for you about who's a right partner for you, what makes them a right partner for you. How have you been sabotaging yourself in relationships and partnerships? And where do you need to take a stand for yourself so that you can have what it is you want in partnership without giving up what you want in work? There's some sort of energy here around work and relationship. I don't know if you've been kind of holding yourself back in career because you wanted certain things to go a particular way in relationship, or if you've been holding yourself back from having relationship because you wanted to get to a particular place in your career first. The universe is about to unlink those two so that you have the opportunity to have exactly what you want in both areas to lean, and give you the chance to grow by understanding what's not for you and what is for you, and allowing yourself to surrender to that without forcing things in a very particular direction to lean. So, TB, I thank you for letting me read for you. That's all I can do in a one question mini read. There's probably a lot more to that story. If you want to take a deeper dive, we would have to do a personal reading, my love. And we can, kind of dig in like a 30-minute quickie to give you the information you need to better understand how this information's playing out. Take what resonated from that, leave the rest, but know that I did the best that I could to share with you what I was seeing based on your question. And if you want to take a deeper dive, we can definitely do that in a private reading when we have time for me to have more context about what it is that's going on. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay. That resonated a lot. Okay, Talene, I'm happy. I'm happy to hear that, TB. Don't try to force it if it didn't fit, but what did fit, use your intuition to lean into it and get more from it if you can, okay? Um, all right, Chartreuse, what's going on? And what's PH? Is that Philly? Is that the Philippines? Is that in the penthouse? What is PH, Chartreuse? Um, Tarot Love Goddess, thank you. I love you too, sweetie. Um, Chartreuse, what's PH? I'm hoping that I'm interpreting that correct as the Philippines, but I have seen people from Philadelphia talk about Philly that way, so just want to make sure I get it right. I mean, hey, I'm not trying to make no assumptions here. I wish it was the penthouse, right? Um, just trying to make sure. I think it's the Philippines, but just holler at me to make sure I have this correct. Chartreuse, where'd you go? Chartreuse must have her phone down and not be able to see the chat and just listening on a delay. Okay, we will come back to Chartreuse if she's on a delay. Naf the Maverick. Naf, let's get it. I'm inclined to believe that we're in a pre-union stage and that communication is near. What's your take on the current energies at play? This is when you met 5/18/2019, and in New York City. Ten p.m. Okay, I'm inclined to believe we're pre-union. Communication is near. Okay. But what's really going on? Let's take a look. What's the take on whether or not communication is near? Maybe. The thing that I see here is your person emerging from the 12th house. Um, so it's possible. I also see here, yeah, I see once Gemini is done going retro, and then moves over here, starts moving forward on top of the partnership asteroid. Definitely a possibility. There's definitely a little activation here with Uranus to Venus. That was when you guys met. Okay. And where is going on in the third house and the ruler of the third? Okay. Neptune and Aries. Okay. Philippines. Okay. We're going to come back to you. Gemini Princess, will you tell Chartreuse how to go out and come back in so she's off the delay? Would you please do that for me? Thank you. So yeah, communication could come in, especially once Venus is direct and the partnership asteroid is direct. I could see communication happening there. And then, yeah, the thing that I also see here is that Pluto is transforming the way the two of you communicate. And so this meetup of Pluto and Jupiter is what's kind of allowing things to consistently break down between the two of you. And that breakdown, unfortunately, doesn't stop until December, because there's two more meetups of Jupiter and Pluto that'll happen. One in I think September, and then the other one in December. And when those things happen, they're going to kind of cause a little bit of havoc here with the two of yous coming together. But then as soon as that's over with, come January, there's a lot more room for things to stabilize between the two of you in certain ways, for sure. But yes, communication, I could see that happening as soon as Jupiter, the chart ruler, uh, starts the process of getting a little bit further here into Aquarius. Potentially. I also see the potential for communication as early as the end of the Venus retrograde and the Juno retrograde ending. I see communication happening as early as then. That's not a guarantee, it's just a possibility. And so, whether or not it happens is just going to be contingent upon how the two of you are playing with these energies and dancing with them. Note a little while ago, I think it was Kim Mai's reading, after 3 years of silence, she reached out because she wanted to be in communication. She reached out because it was what felt right to her, and where she wanted to go. And it felt better to be in communication than not in communication. So that opened up a communication window for her. I'm not sure what's going to open up the communication window for the two of you. Definitely, NAF, if your person has told you, look, I don't want to talk right now. I can't talk right now. I got other things going on right now, or I'm going to need some space from you. Obviously, if they put up a boundary, don't run over it just because you want to be in communication. Like, respect that. And simultaneously, if it's been that kind of circumstance where nobody put up that kind of wall and, it's just 3 years later, then, you know, you can do a touch base and a check in, hey, coronavirus, are you alive? Just making sure, pandemic. Um, you can do that kind of check in. Obviously, like I said, respect the people's boundaries if they've provided them. Don't run over them. But yeah, it looks like communication could come in as early as the end of summer and as late as 2021. Thank you, NAF, for your patience. It does look like there's real opportunity for transformation here, but it also looks like it's going to move into a just friend stage a little bit for a little bit before it moves into something much deeper. And that's not a bad place to be. How can you possibly move into something much bigger like marriage or relationship if you haven't started off as like, hey, let's just connect first? So, that being said, um, thank you for letting me read for you. I'm hoping that there's something in here that allow you. Ah, thanks, Naf. I'm glad that I'm getting the pronunciation correct. Um, just lean into your intuition about this because it's really important, to understand that there's only so much that I'm going to be able to see inside a single question mini reading. And given what I am able to see, I do the best I can to be able to share with you, the little bits here and there that I can see. But trust your intuition to help you interpret and digest the information that I saw. Thanks, Nafkote. It was nice to meet you. Definitely subscribe, and I will be able to read for you again. All right. Um, Even multiple times you tried to reach out and he didn't respond, so I decided to respect his space. Got it. Yeah, Naf, that makes a lot of sense. That's it's a really honorable thing to do. And I'm sure he received the message of concern and the spirit it was delivered. As long as you're not pushing on the boundaries, I'm sure he got it that, okay, she just cares and that's fine. Okay. So thank you so much. Use the virus as an excuse in the Venus retrograde. Kimayu, hilarious. I love it. Manila. Okay, thank you so much, Chartreuse. I appreciate it. Third world problem. Big island system. Hey, the living journey, welcome. Yes, delays happen. Too long of an elevator ride to the penthouse. Rather be on the first floor for easy egress when the cops show. Ken, you're hilarious. Get your question ready. You're after Chartreuse. Oh, funny. Okay. Okay. February 3rd. 2/3/1972. I'm going to look at his chart for you. Okay, Chartreuse. Um, I'm beginning your reading now. Okay. Um, you're welcome, Naf. Thanks for letting me read to you. My intuition, considering myself, is chaos. Hilarious. All right, Chartreuse, are you seeing the message? Let me know. Because I'm going to go ahead and begin your reading. And I'm going to read the energies for the two of you from his chart. It's the least accurate way to read the energies. But for me to read the energies most accurately, I'd need that date, time, and location that you two met back in 2012 in Dubai. And I don't think we have that precise date, time, and location for Dubai. So instead of looking there, I'm going to look at the connection overall from his side of things in the chart. Know that it won't be 100% accurate, but it'll be somewhat close to accurate. Okay, Chartreuse? Um, that being said, let's go in and see what was your question. Let me go back. I think it was uh, what's with this crazy connection? Where is it headed? Okay, so let me just see. Um, Let me just set my timer. Oh, set it. Okay, so when I look here, your person's having a Jupiter return this year. So it's a return to their own energy of divinity, and a return and an activation of a cycle in their life. They just completed an old cycle. And literally this month, Chartreuse, the month of, I think it was probably April, your person just began a brand new 12-year cycle in their life. In this cycle, Chartreuse, at the moment, you're hidden here in the House of Secrets and then the House of Alchemy, Change, and Transformation. And the work that you're doing at this time, Chartreuse, is going to help facilitate the opportunity to reconnect when you emerge out here in your person's ninth house from a new and different way. Chartreuse, this Jupiter, as it approaches your person's sun in 2020, is going to give them the opportunity to feel a new lease on life. And that new lease on life is going to give them some room to connect with you in a different way, assuming the groundwork for that has been laid. And I say assuming the groundwork has been laid because sometimes we get into situations like the one I just read for with Nefkote, where that person needs some space. And for whatever reason, the bridges burned. They didn't, you know, things broke badly. And when they broke badly, it can take a person a long time to be willing to reconnect. And so, if that's the case here, I can't guarantee that your person is going to be open to reconnecting, but I can see that the universe is supporting it if they happen to be open to it. Free will is the trump card. I can also see here that because of the kind of growth that you're doing, as you prepare to get to a place of return in their chart to the sign in which they met you in early 2021, um, there is a bit of a reset in this person's energy field as it pertains to you two's connection. And that reset is going to allow, like energetically between you, an opportunity for you two to open up a new chapter if both of you so choose. Not just you or just him, but both of you have to choose a new chapter. The big thing about you two and relating is, or at least your person and relating that I can see, one of their most important values is the ability to have freedom, the freedom to live the truth as they see it. That's one of their most important values. And so, relationships are two-way streets. Both people have to be able to get their needs met in connections. Love can be unconditional, but relationships, those are a 3D world creation. Therefore, they have 3D world conditions. Love is a 5D world creation. Love can have no conditions, it exists without time or space. That being said, One of the things that you'll have the opportunity for is to take a look. Does your person want to be in connection with you with all of their freedom to follow their truths? And if they can't, do they want the opportunity? Um, do you want the opportunity to let this go as a bit of a reset for you? Because there is some opportunity for you as this eclipse cycle comes through the Sagittarius Gemini eclipse cycle. There's going to be some opportunity for you to let this go and open up to love in a new way in the early part of next year as this divine reset takes place, Chartreuse. So it's going to be up to you two together and individually. What do we want to have happen next? Because your person's definitely in the beginning of a brand new cycle. You are going to enter a new cycle in their energy field. It's up to you how you to play this energy. Um, I don't know what will happen. You guys get free will. It's the trump card here on planet Earth. Okay? All right, Mr. Kin, I appreciate your patience. Thank you so very much. 1972, not 1973. Let me take a quick look. Chartreuse, my suspicion is that that's not going to change very much, but I'll tell you what it will change, okay? Um, I will tell you what it will change, but it's not going to change very much. Uh, mhm. Mhm. Lord, where is the information, Chartreuse? Okay, here we go. 1972. 2, 3. Okay. Let me just quickly share with you, Chartreuse, so that you can see. Got it. Yeah. Okay. So the big things that changed here is that that reset, he got that reset last year when Jupiter was in Sagittarius. The reset for you, that's happening right now while Juno is here in the same place in the chart, the same sign of Libra that it was in when he met you. You're resetting now in his energy field. He reset last year, the start of this year. Um, and he reset last year, I should say. Um, and that's the big thing that's shifting. Saturn is still going to approach his sun, calling for greater integrity for him. There's still a big change on the Sag Gemini axis here that is going to shift for you two, what you two decide to create and co create, whether or not you decide to bring this into fruition, Chartreuse. Um, he's not letting you go, but he has so much anger. Yeah. That's kind of an Aquarius thing when they haven't really fully embraced some of their needs. And with Mars sitting in a complementary sign to his sun and Saturn kind of squaring his sun, the anger thing is very real. He hates the distance. He hurt you. Okay, not the other way around. Okay. Um, Yeah. And so you're still sitting here in the house of hidden things, going through an alchemy and a transformation and a change, Chartreuse. He's still sitting here in the 12th house of psychic goings on and psychic things, going through a transformation for him. He'll reemerge out here when Jupiter hits the ascendant line here, and crosses that 13th degree of Aquarius sometime next year. But he's still in the oven, babe. He's not ready, and neither are you, is what this chart tells me. This chart tells me that both of you have a lot of inner work to be doing. You out here in terms of changing yourself, alchemy, him out here in terms of understanding himself, and why he is the way he is, and why he does what he does, and how he can transform it to bring about better structures in his life that actually work for him. Your work out here is about transforming from caterpillar to butterfly in a really big way so that you have the ability to connect from a completely different vibrational standpoint. And he has the ability to connect with a completely different psychological understanding of himself. That's the work that you guys are both needing to do, Chartreuse. Um, it's a big one. This is big work. It's not going to happen overnight. If there's silence between the two of you now, Chartreuse, that's appropriate. There should be silence between the two of you right now. Um, and so, this energy about who he is that's needing to transform, this transit is preparing him to better be able to connect romantically with partners, in another year or two. But right now, he's not in the place to be able to do that. He's in a place where his psychology is getting cleaned up. It's getting cleaned up, it's getting transformed, it's getting shifted, Chartreuse. And so you need to not be worried about him. Right now, this chart is telling me that your concern needs to be about how you need to shift and value yourself. That's what the Divine Feminine's retrograde has been all about. Valuing herself, not worrying about the connection, and giving yourself permission and space to understand your own needs and your own truths and your own concerns for your own life. So, Chartreuse, there was a lot of things that you can take from the previous reading I did for you, even though the year was wrong. Much of the positioning was the exact same. There's a lot I gave you in this reading as well. And so that's as much as I can cover in a mini reading, a single question mini reading. You're going to need to use your intuition to really understand for yourself what's going on and what you need to do. I can't tell you that. And anyone who thinks they can tell you that is standing in between you and your divinity, Chartreuse. Should you let go or should you wait? That's a free will choice that's based on your own divinity. And I'm not going to take that away from you by trying to tell you what you should or shouldn't do. You have to choose that. I can't do that for you. It's up to you. Right now, the best thing you can do is continue to work on yourself and evolve yourself and give yourself that space that you need to value yourself, baby, so that, should the opportunity show up for the two of you to reconnect, you have a better way of assessing in the future, is this healthy for me or is this not? That's what the Juno retrograde has been all about. Okay. Juno finishes its retrograde on May 26th. It's been retrograde since February, so just keep going. You've got more time to really do this self-valuing and self-assessment. Keep going, and take what resonated from this reading, leave the rest. And if you need more follow-up support, I recommend a personal reading. We won't be able to do twin flame stuff at this time, but we can look at what you're supposed to be learning and how you're supposed to be growing at this time so you can get the most out of these energies and set yourself up for either this kind of love or something much higher down the road when the time comes. But according to the chart that I just looked at, and like I said, this is the least accurate chart to get a full read on the entire connection. But I know we didn't have the date from 2012 in Dubai and the time. Um, but based on what I could see, that's what you needed to understand today based on the question that you asked today. All right. You're going to have to use your intuition to deepen your awareness into what's really true for you in there, because that's all I can do in a single question mini reading. All right. Mr. Kin, I saw that you, um, let's see. Where is Ken's question? I dreamed of my twin flame leaning over me with a knife to cut your heart out. People were holding me. She seems distant. Good morning. Text though, always. Still no calls. Union chart or hers. Hiding new karmic. I want good news. Wow, Ken, that's a lot you packed into these little 200 characters, baby. I'm impressed. I'm going to pull up her chart for you, okay? Chartreuse, thanks for letting me read for you, hun. I hope you were able to find something useful in there for you. Ken, then there's Alyss, then A. Morrison, Kim P., Tarot Love Goddess, and then Terry Lee, okay? So get your question ready, A. Morrison. It's Ken, Alyss, and then you, okay? All right. That's okay, Kim. Um, that's okay. You're welcome, Chartreuse. You're welcome. Just know that there's only so much we can do in a single question reading, okay? But between the two readings with the two different years, there's a lot of info for you to take in terms of how to understand what's going on in the connection and what you need to be doing at this time. All right, Chartreuse? And if you need to go deeper, we can do that in a personal reading. Okay, so her chart, what's going on? I, I don't see a new person, Ken. I don't see a new person per se. What I see is she's just trying to understand herself, sweetie. I just see she's trying to understand herself. There's a lot of energy here that's speaking about Gypsy Lee. Our list is closed tonight, but if you subscribe, I will likely be back sometime in the next week. Go ahead and subscribe and hit the notification bell, Gypsy Lee. I'll be back, okay? Uranus opposite her sun is showing her some truths about how she has been in relationship, and what it is she needs to be doing. It's interesting. A lot of the Scorpios I'm noticing are like in a shell right now. They've kind of climbed into the little K-hole and they're just chilling out like, all right, let me just ride this out and see what, let me not do nothing, not mess nothing up, and let me just ride this out and see what happens. I've noticed a lot of them have just been kind of withdrawn. connecting some here and there, but not necessarily like deeply with anyone is what I've been seeing. And so I think a lot of it has to do with this ramping up Uranus energy in the opposite sign of Taurus and this sextiling energy that's strengthening their awareness and understanding of who they are with all these things in Capricorn. My suspicion is that, especially with the nodes changing signs here and the North Node having moved here into her eighth house of alchemy, transformation, and change, um, she's just getting herself to a place where she's needing to understand, like, who, where the heck her life is going and why the heck is it the way it is. There's a bit of recognition. It's interesting. I'm getting like a vibe of she feels a little bit behind in her life. Like so many things are dying off in her life at this moment in time and closing out. She's closing out some big cycles with the position of Saturn where it is. She's closing out some big cycles, but she's also coming to terms with, what it is that she thinks and she believes she wants 11th sign from her son, and what it is it's going to take in order to get there, and what she's going to have to let go of to get there. There's some real come to Jesus energy in here. And so there's not a lot of room, energy, or interest in romantic connection right now, or flirtation or open, and like she doesn't have a lot of feminine receptivity right now for someone she knows holds romantic interest in her. What she does have is a lot of like a recognition of how she's different, Ken, and why she's different and how she's unique. Because I can tell you here with this Sun, Mercury, Pluto, Venus energy, this woman is a lightning rod when she walks into a room. People notice her, and she's just starting to come to terms with the reality that she's not like other people, and that her energy is more impactful, and the way it shows up in relationship has a way of kind of creating implosions at times. Uh, and she's starting to get some clarity, like, all right, if I'm going to have real relationships and real love in my life, I got to figure out how to control the wild horse that's in me, because I can't keep letting things implode on me if I want love. So it just looks like a lot of self recognition, like self reflection. And she may be having some and entertaining some flirtations with people, but she's not entertaining anything real per se. She's entertaining like opportunities to learn life lessons as opposed to opportunities to settle down and build a life. And there's a big difference between the two kind of dates. What you're offering is build a life. What she's able to entertain right now is a life lesson that's going to help her figure out how she's going to control the lightning that emanates from her when she walks into a connection with a friend, a roommate, a niece or a nephew, a parent, because she has very volatile energy about her. Alyssa, you're next. Ken, thanks for letting me read for you. Please paste your question, Elise. And just know, Alyssa and everyone else, that if I'm going to read for you, the information that I just shared is what I need from you. And after Alyssa, we've got A. Morrison, Kim P., Tarot Love Goddess, and then Terry Lee. And then it's a wrap. We're done. Uh, okay. Okay. What time did you meet? What time of day, Alyssa? 'Kay, it was midday. Okay. Long Island, New York. Twelve 09 2017 12 noon. Okay, cool. All righty. Hey Holly, welcome, sweetheart. Our list is closed tonight and it's a paid list. So and what was your question, Alyssa? Are we ready for union? Got it. It's a paid list, so I'll be back. Holly, if you want to go ahead and subscribe and hit that notification bell, the next time I'm doing this live, you'll be the first to know, okay? But yeah, go ahead and hit subscribe, hit the notification bell, and that way you'll be able to be on the list. But our list is definitely close. Thank you for saying hello. Appreciate it. So Alyssa, quick thing of note for you. A couple of things. First of all, I can't, and neither can anyone else, tell you if you're ready for union. That's just it's the divinity template that's getting restored within you includes a piece of your divine knowing through your connection. And in that piece of divine knowing, you'll know when it's time more than anyone could potentially tell you, number one. And not only that, you won't miss opportunities because you're going by somebody else's timing instead of your own divine knowing. What the stars can show us is the opportunity that we have, like how they're supporting us and what they're supporting us to do if we want to be in flow with them. But there are plenty of people who come together even when the stars aren't aligned for it and they just fight their way through it because they want to be together that much. And that's 100% possible. And even when the stars show us easy times for coming together, fascinatingly, some people still don't choose it because they still feel like they have other things their soul wants to do. So, that being said, having a look here at your chart, the stars are showing that at the end of this year, come solstice time, there is going to be a pocket where you return to a harmonious place in the chart where he sits. He is going to, he's already sitting harmoniously aspected to you. So, could a coming together occur? There's definitely some level of universal support for it, absolutely, especially after once June hits and Juno, partnership asteroid, goes direct. And as soon as the beginning of the year 2021 hits and that partnership asteroid has a conversation here with Mercury, the ruler of the seventh house of committed partnership cusp, by December, there's definitely an opportunity for things to come together in that kind of way. It's just a matter of, do you really want it? I don't know. Ricky Martin, you got to figure out what you guys want to do with this energy. Um, the stars can create invitations, but they certainly don't force anything upon us. And it's a matter of, look, if you've got issues around relationship that have consistently shown themselves in every relationship before this one, if you've done nothing about those patterns, then there's nothing the stars can do about those patterns. They can't force those relationship issues that you've got to disappear. You've got to do that individual work for yourself so that the red carpet is rolled out when the stars bring around the opportunity. So it's up to you. Yes, there's certainly fortuitous energy rolling here from June all the way through the beginning of next year. I would say June through February, there's this beautiful 6-month window where an opportunity arises. Are you going to do what your part is? Is he going to do what his part is? Or is she going to do what her part? I don't know. I don't know. So yeah, baby cakes. A Morrison, go ahead and paste your question. It's basically your turn, honey. You're next. I saw you retract that. You didn't have to retract that. Um, I was just about to say your name, say your name, say your name. So now people, I'm singing. I really need to stop. I'm so glad I'm almost done because I'm starting to feel silly. Um, and being silly is not what I want to do. So yeah, I love that the universe is bringing this supportive energy here for you. Your person looks like they're going to be in a period of time of trying to fulfill a lot of their hopes, wishes, and dreams as a result of becoming a transformed person based on certain things that have happened in their life. It looks like you're in a place where you've been like, ready, steady, Freddy, like put a ring on it yesterday, please, Ellis. And so, you know, I don't know if for your person, partnership is exactly what they want. It might be, and that might be with you. But if they have blocks that they have in a relationship, that, when they look back on every single relationship they've had prior to now, and they can see that they fell down in the exact same place, if they've done nothing about that, when this transit comes around, it's doubtful that union will occur. Or if it does occur, that it's going to stick. The universe likes it when we do our side of the street, our side of the work. And, our part is the work. Their part is bring supportive opportunities. So, um, ready is a choice. You're ready when you say you're ready. You look ready based on this. You look very ready, Alyssa, but I don't know what you've been doing in terms of dealing with your past and your personal blocks to having a union and a relationship occur in your life. I hope you have done your side of the things. And I hope they have too. I think it's really important, that we say our prayers for our people, that they figure this out so that they can have love, whether that's with us or somebody else. Like, it's important to have love in our lives. And so hopefully they're doing their work to be able to bring it about. And hopefully you are too. So I thank you so very much, Alyssa, for letting me read for you. I hope I have answered the question, are we ready for union, as clearly as I possibly can with the information I know and what I saw inside that chart. And you know your connection best. Trust your intuition. Trust, what your guides have been showing you about your connection and what there is to know for you. And try not to compare, what you've heard somebody else hear from me with what you're hearing from me. I have answered your question the best I possibly can based on what Spirit showed me to look at inside the chart, based on the question that you asked. Okay, Miss Alyssa? I really appreciate you asking me to read for you, and I super appreciate your patience. I know this is your first time here, so thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm wishing you both the best of luck with that. Okay, A. Morrison wants to know energy for us now through the end of the year. Well, baby cakes, when I look here, hmm, okay, Uranus, Saturn retrograde. The Uranus and Saturn retrograde are going to be really significant for you two, mainly because they are going to allow you both to reassess this connection. You guys are going to have a big opportunity to reassess 2 to 6 weeks. I think he may be finishing up with his divine karmic who lives an hour away from him. Okay, gotcha. Um, you guys are going to have the opportunity to reassess like, what is this? Where is it going? How do I feel about it? What do I want with it? Um, so I'm going to be real honest with you, my sweetheart. Let me actually just take a quick look to confirm what I'm seeing before I open my big mouth. Yeah. Um, Sweetie, I do see that I see the separation between the two of you, and it does look like, to be very honest with you, this separation continues through all of 2021. It looks like there's a bit of an energy here of you two getting an initiation around emotional integrity. You guys are going to get this initiation at the exact same time in this chart. And this initiation is going to open both of your eyes to an evolved level of loving unlike any you have ever seen before and anything you've ever understood before. It's going to break both of you open to a love that has no conditions around it, a love that exists without parameters. And it's also going to show you exactly how you both need to be loving yourselves. This period of separation that you've been in and that's going to continue is going to further awaken you and prepare you for the capacity to hold divine love in personal sovereignty without compromise or codependency now through the rest of your lives, no matter who you love. And so there's something about this process of separation, specifically between you and this person, A. Morrison, that's going to bring forward this initiation. Something's going to happen during this separation that's going to allow you to understand the truth of what it means to love, how your heart works, who you are when you're loving at your best, and how to be true to your own heart via the separation that's occurring between the two of you. My suspicion, A. Morrison, is that I know you're telling me that he's got some stuff he's got to finish with another human being, but what I'm seeing here for you is honestly, according to this chart, I'm seeing here that you may have someone come in for you, A. Morrison, who's going to help you learn this lesson that's not him. I'm seeing that this person may be someone who pops out of your past to help facilitate some of this learning for you. Um, I'm also seeing that his person may help facilitate some of this learning for him, but that it's in the separation between the two of you that you get cracked open to this deeper cut at vulnerability, this deeper cut at truth this deeper cut at evolved love. And it's having this deeper ability, this expanded ability. I'm seeing like Russian nesting dolls, and it's like the third dimension is like the innermost doll. And then the fourth dimension wraps around that. And then the fifth dimension wraps around that. And every time you go through these deepened heart awakenings with this person, read as heartbreak, separation, every time you go through these heart awakenings with this person, A. Morrison, it's expanding your heart's capacity to the next level of Russian nesting doll that allows you to be a bigger lover on planet Earth. And the same thing is also happening with him. This is what I want, but know how I wanted it. Yeah. And so, what's interesting about this statement, this is what I want, but not how you wanted it, or know how I wanted it. This part about knowing how you want it or not having it the way you want it, this part of things, A. Morrison, this little Saturn transit to the emotional heart of this connection is what specifically is about to get broken. Spirit is going to introduce you to something you didn't even know you wanted, honey. It's about to introduce you to a clarity and a reality that you didn't know existed when it came to love as a result of not having it exactly how you wanted it. You're going to get introduced to what you really want, not what you used to believe you wanted, because you're in the place of moving to that next level of Russian nesting doll. You're expanding beyond 3D, beyond 4D. You're going to move into these next dimensions that incorporate the third dimension, but you're going to start to understand that there's so much more to this game than just what's happening in the 3D. And the what you wanted in the 3D is about to be cracked so that you can have a want that includes what's possible in the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth dimensions. Okay. So that's what I see for you, my love. Know that there's, this time apart, it's breaking you open. It's not an accident. Has divine purpose to it, and that you're on your way. The story is not over. The story is still unfolding, and that you have the opportunity to take the next step, but it's in the surrender to not having it how you want it and being truly honest with those emotions, the rage, the pain, the heartbreak, the sadness, the raw, vulnerable openness, the bruised tenderness of your heart. It's in really surrendering to the reality that all of that has really truly caused a break here for you personally, that means that you can't put it back the way it was. And thank God you can't. Thank God you can't put it back the way it was. You will no longer be relegated to just a 3D world love ever again. It's always going to be plus at this point, bigger than just that, much more expanded than just that. Okay. Um, all right, A. Morrison, that's a read. Thank you so much. Kim P., it's your turn. And then Tarot Goddess of Love. And Terry Lee in that order. I thank the last three of you for your patience. I understand that this has not been a short wait, and I deeply appreciate your patience. Thank you so much. Yeah, a lot of gratitude for it, right? You're welcome, A. Morrison. This girl, what I just saw in that chart, it's not easy, but it is going to open you up like nothing you've ever You already know this, like nothing you've ever been through before. It's going to open you up. Okay. And so you just want to surrender in to the painful parts. Terry Lee Duberly, I just appreciate your patience, honey. I know this hasn't been a short wait. I just want to say thank you. Um, you're welcome, A. Morrison. I'm sorry it's been such a heartbreak, and just trust that there is a purpose to the pain, honey. Trust that there's a purpose to the pain and keep seeking truth and wisdom in it. Keep seeking truth and wisdom. Keep surrendering to love and truth. And try not to force your heart in a particular question. Kim Khalees, if you could go ahead. Yeah, baby, that's what I want to see. I want to see that info that I'm going to need to read. Trust yourself that this is all leading to something, A. Morrison, and try not to force your heart to be over it or force your heart to let go. Try not to force anything, okay? Oh, Kim Khalees. Some of what I just told A. Morrison applies to you, but let's go ahead and look at your chart. Since your question is about you, how do you move forward with heartbreak? Since you're asking me about yourself, I'm going to look at your chart, okay? Especially since we have all the information I need to be able to talk to you about how you deal with heartbreak personally, okay? Thank you so much again for that patience, Kim. You've waited a long time for me to answer this question for you. So I'm praying that I can give you a really good reading here. Okay. Kim Robertson, I'll paste it in a second. Let me get through. If you just give me a second to read for Kim Khalees, Tarot Love Goddess, and Terry Lee, I will show you. Right now, the June readings are open, Kim Robertson. Just email me at chrysalismoon@gmail.com. Email me there, and you'll have the opportunity to learn how to get on the private list and how to book a personal reading. Okay, so, woo. Kim Khalees, not well with the heartbreak. Yeah, babe, I see the heartbreak here. This broke you wide open, honey. Wide open. You've got that sun and partnership asteroid and moon all sitting together here. And your sun sits with Mars, which lets me know that, you really do when you commit to something, like your whole self is in it, like truly and fully. Like, and you came into this connection, I can see by the sitting of, your partnership asteroid in that sixth house. When you commit, you surrender fully to the bigness of a connection, and you surrender fully to the connection being something that can change you. You really you give your connections rightful respect and power. So I get it why this really, really broke you when the separation hit. And I just want to say, I'm so sorry. This is one of the most painful places for a person to be when there's a separation and a divine connection. It's one of the hardest experiences that we can have when there's a separation and a divine connection. And yet, and still, the gift of the separation is walking us into the love that knows no conditions. It's the love that endures beyond the heartbreak. It's the love that loves whether we are together or apart. It's the love that chooses to still be loving via just an act of heart and compulsion of the heart that says, I love you regardless. This is unconditional love. Um, And that particular type of unconditional love with a divine counterpart, when when we get separated from them, whoo, buddy, is it really hard. Yeah, Kim, I would agree with your assessment here. I think your intuition is spot on, and that's something that you're going to want to be careful about your entire life long. Um, you know, this Mars Sun partnership asteroid conjunction here in your chart, and this Taurus energy on your seventh house cusp. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I both love and hate attachment theory, and like attachment things. It's because, on the one hand, Kim, your natural build is, once you get into something, you stay in and you hold on. Um, it's like this kind of um, like you really surrender to a thing and you really give your all to making it work. That's your build, that's your nature. And for people who aren't built like this, it can feel like either you're putting a lot of pressure on them, or it can feel like you're codependent, Kim. And neither one of those is necessarily true. Sure, you may have certain patterns and tendencies based on wounds from your childhood. We all do. But your nature is a really ardent, passionate, committed, fully surrendered. When I'm in, I'm in, no questions asked, like Bonnie and Clyde type. I got your back. I just want you to be here and in this with me kind of energy. That's the way you naturally do relationships. There's a lot of passion, there's a lot of love, there's a lot of ambition. And yes, Kim, the reference point for that we have in our culture, when you're not more middle of the road, unfortunately, is a perception of pressure. It's unfortunately a perception of dependency, and over reliance on the other person. But when you're at your healthiest and operating from the light, Kim, what's going on here is you have a real gift at being able to commit with your whole self to bring something forward that's so much bigger than you. Like, you stand in service. Love is a verb for you. And at this time, what you're going to have to do, what you're going to learn, and what's going to be a big part of your healing, since you asked, how do you deal with the heartbreak of the separation? This sixth house is also the house of healing. And you've got a fire sign, Aries, and an earth sign, Taurus, on the sixth house cusp. This lets me know, because fire is all about spirit and spirituality. Earth is all about the body, physicality, and the 3D world. Your true healing and how you deal with this heartbreak is step one, because we're dealing with Aries, the sign of the self. Don't make yourself wrong for the way you love. Know that other people don't love the way you love, but that the right person for you is going to love the way you love them. And when it doesn't work for them, they're not going to leave. They're going to say, Kim, rein it in. I love you and I want to stay here and I need more space. The right person is going to say, I love your enthusiasm. I need to feel like I can breathe here. Relax, baby. I'm not going anywhere. They're going to find the way you love them endearing. That's step one. Turn to spirit, honor yourself. That's the sign of Aries. Honor the way you love. The way you love is a gift. You're not wrong, but not everyone understands it. And you're going to have to give yourself permission to be okay with how you love, and simultaneously learn how to love people the way they want to be loved, the way they receive love. If you speak Cantonese, Kim, and I keep yelling at you in English, I love you, but I'm yelling it, I'm not going to understand that you're saying I love you if all you understand is Cantonese. One of your divine lessons here is understanding that you will need to give people the opportunity to give yourself the opportunity to not make yourself wrong for the way you love, nor make anyone else wrong for the way they want to be loved. And one of your divine questions moving forward in relationship is going to be, how do you like to be loved? And learning how to love people the way they want to be loved. Okay. The second thing here in terms of your healing, Kim, is digging into your physical body. Exercise is going to go a long way for you. And anything you can do to love up on your physical body, adorn your physical body, allow yourself to feel beautiful in your physical body, dress up with clothes and perfumes that make you feel nourished and whole, gently, gently, gently on the physical body, anything that's going to allow you at the cellular level to move the pain. I think somatic experiencing is going to be huge for you, Kim. That's a type of therapy that you can do in order to be able to move pain through your body with that Taurus on that sixth house cusp. That's going to be a huge way for you to be able to move the pain, because when you physically move, it will move. It won't stay stuck inside of you any longer. All right, Kim. So yes, this will be on this channel. That's a read, and that's all I can do in a single question mini reading for you. I thank you again for your patience, Miss Kim. Tarot, Love Goddess, it's your turn. Then Miss Terry Lee, I thank you both for your patience. But yeah, Tarot, Love Goddess, if you can paste your question, it's going to be your turn. Hey, MY, good to see you, baby. Really good to see you. Um, I owe you a phone call. We need to catch up, girl. Um, but yeah, just know that there's just, you can't force someone and to hear love the way you say I love you, and you also can't change the way you naturally love. All we can do is just learn how to love people the way they want to be loved the best we can, and not make ourselves wrong for, you naturally speak Cantonese when you love, and that's okay. You're not wrong for that. Um, that's okay. You just need to learn another language and just not shout in Cantonese. Just learn how to speak a different language. That's all. All right, Miss Kim. Thank you once again. Okay, Tarot, Love Goddess. Open to whatever I need to hear. Okay, got it. Tarot, Love Goddess. If the way you say this, he betrayed you, feels beyond repair, and there's separation. Um, I'm going to read your chart since you're open to whatever you need to hear, especially since there's separation, Tarot, Love Goddess. If you guys were in some level of communication, it might make more sense to read the union chart, but because there is no contact, it makes the most sense to read your chart since you are open to whatever it is you need to hear. Kim Khalees, I'm not doing full on union chart readings right now. I am doing just personal readings for people. Um, and you can get one of those by emailing me at chrysalismoon@gmail.com. And we separated 2 months ago. Open to whatever I feel is right. Okay. That sounds good. Since that's the case, I am going to read your chart about what it is you need for healing. Okay, Tarot Love Goddess. You met. Your birthday is 1/29/1985. Oh, Bridgeport, Connecticut. Connect. I cut. 6:59 p.m. Okay. All right, cool. Okay, so your healing house here includes the air sign here of Aquarius. And so your healing house with the air sign of Aquarius lets me know that communication and thinking is what's going to help heal you, my love. And so you need a place where you can talk about this, is what this looks like to me. You need a place where you can talk about this. It also looks like okay, it's the Pluto. It's so interesting, Tarot Love Goddess. Okay. So what this is telling me about your healing is that there needs to be you need to talk. And you need to find someone you can talk to and talk with who's just going to listen. Much of the things that you need to, that's going to help you, it's not like you need a counselor per se. What you actually need is more of someone that you can just get it all out with. Because I see here you don't open up very much to people at all, but talking is one of the things that actually does heal you. Divine communication is one of the things that heals you. You are, and you're still in a lot of pain. Okay. Yeah. This is probably going to hurt for a while. You separated 2 months ago. What was 2 months ago? Let me just see something here. Thank you. 5 minus is 3. Okay. 2 months ago. Yeah. Yeah, I see that separation here with this Saturn opposite your Jupiter or blah, 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 blah. The Saturn touching your Jupiter like that can definitely create a separation. Saturn opposite, Saturn conjunct, and Saturn square can create a massive separation between you and your divine counterpart. This is going to take time, Tarot Love Goddess. It just happened 2 months ago, which for somebody who's got this much fixed energy in the house that governs their mind and the way they think and their communication, with this much fixed energy here, you're not going to be over this in 2 months' time. This heartbreak, you're probably going to feel it for a little bit, sweet pea. And that's okay. It's not wrong. I mean, come on. It was less than 90 days. Like this is very fresh for that type of, when you have a bad break with the soul connection at that level. It's like knee surgery. You just don't get over that overnight. That takes, a good 6 months of healing. And even then, you're still not the same. And for you, sweetheart, based on, what these transits look like, I don't think you're gonna be the same after this. I think this was a fundamental shift for you because Jupiter here is also the ruler of your seventh house cusp. And yeah, he moved on and you can't. That's not necessarily the case, sweetie. Don't make that assumption because that's only hurting you more. It's like rubbing salt into your own wound. So don't assume that he just moved on and isn't thinking about it. Assume that he's dealing with his stuff. We don't know what that is, but you have your stuff and we can see what that is. For you, this was supposed to fundamentally change you with Saturn touching your Jupiter this way. This was supposed to fundamentally transform the way you see relationships, what you want out of relationships, what your priorities are in relationships, and how you get into relationships. This particular break, the Saturn energy here is calling you into a higher level of relationship integrity by showing you when things are out of integrity, they have to move out of your field. And that's what happened here. And that's what Saturn does. When Saturn approaches a planet or a sign or a house, when things in for that planet, sign, or house are out of alignment, they're not whole, they're somehow compromised. What Saturn does is Saturn surfaces whatever has to be surfaced to put the two people or the person in the circumstance in timeout. Saturn puts you back into your own corners until you can come back into integrity. And so the lack of integrity of the thing being what it was between you, Saturn saw it as it approached Jupiter, the ruler of your seventh house cusp of committed partnership, and said, no, that's not good enough for tarot love goddess. That's not good enough. And I'm going to expose why at this moment in time. And through that exposure, there's going to be a separation because we can't have anything in Tarot Love Goddess's life that compromises her integrity at this point in time. And so, because this particular relationship, given where this person was at, or the shape or the nature of the relationship was out of alignment, it was out of integrity, maybe y'all should have just been friends instead of trying to be lovers at that point in time. And Saturn surfaced it. He wasn't ready. Or maybe it wasn't that. Maybe that person had their finances in incorrect order and was taking money from you to deal with other stuff instead of actually saying, hey, I can't have your money and I'm not worthy of being in your space until I clean these things up financially. Whatever the issue was, whatever the betrayal was, Saturn surfaced it on purpose because Saturn wants to prepare you. It's preparing you, Tarot Love Goddess, for a period of time that's actually coming up very soon to have a level of love that is deep, spiritual, and aligned for you, but it wasn't going to be able to be that with the person in your space acting the way they were acting, and with you not knowing and not having a way to deal with that directly. Saturn stepped in and said, time out, time out. We're not doing this right now. And so know that the separation happened for your good, not for your harm. Know that that separation happened because you're stepping into this higher level of integrity for love and relationship and committed partnership. Know that that separation happened because you're being prepared, not because you did anything wrong or bad or they did. Yes, lessons on both sides. When Saturn creates a timeout, you have things to learn. And it may be something about eyes open to certain types of things and red flags and not ignoring yourself. in your case, it looks most specifically to be about, when you're co-creating with someone, making sure that what's getting created is in alignment for both people so that there's no deception and no reason for deception, because all cards are on the table. That's what looks to be the issue here, that there's not, all cards weren't on the table about the co-creation. So that being said, that's what I can read in a in a one question mini reading. You said you were open to whatever I saw. That is what I saw to share with you. So I hope you can find what resonates in that with your own spiritual guidance and take that and receive what's aligned for your spiritual guidance and leave what's not aligned for your spiritual guidance. But that is the most that I'm able to do with a single question mini reading here. I want to thank you once again for your patience, Tarot Love Goddess. I understand that you've been waiting quite a long time, but if you'd like to go deeper into your lessons around this, we would need to do that in a personal reading. And if this reading inspired other questions for you, we would need to take that into a private reading. Okay. But thank you for being open to whatever I saw. That's what I saw. And I really appreciate your patience. Okay. July 13th, 1985 instead of May 7th, 1985. Can we go over it? You know what, TB, if I got the date wrong at this point, I'm just really likely to just refund you, honey. It's been a long night. So, if I got that date wrong, my apologies. I am going to go ahead and send you back your money. Okay. My apologies, Talene. And if it resonated, I'm really grateful that it did. Um, and, take the messages that do resonate. Some of this is channeled work. Terry Lee, it's your turn, baby. Go ahead and paste your question. Some of this is channeled work. So know that if it did resonate, it's probably because there was information that was channeled, but I'll go ahead and refund you. Okay, Talene? All right, Terry Lee. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate your patience. Last but not least. Okay, got you. Delene, my apologies that I had the wrong date there. So sorry, sweetie. Um, but no, I won't be going over that tonight. I'm just likely to refund you, okay? But definitely take a look, because even though the name might have been there, Talene, um, definitely take a look to make sure that I didn't put one of the other dates that you had inside of the actual in your chat. Because if that date is his date or your date or something else that you also gave me, then that just might be the case. Okay. You're welcome, Tarot Love Goddess. Thank you. I know the pain is really real. Definitely get someone to talk to about it, and definitely don't blame yourself. Just know that this is happening for your benefit. Okay. And that the pain is not going to go anywhere anytime soon. You're being open to a higher level of love. Miss Duberly, let's see. Miss Duberly. 9:30 p.m. 10/17/2017. You're welcome again, Tarot Love Goddess. Have a good night, sweetie. Okay. 10/17/17, 9:30 p.m., Edmonton, Alberta. Okay. I don't think he'll allow his heart to fully feel. Is there more to come after this separation? You've let go, loosen the grip. Your heart isn't so heavy. You're accepting what is now. Okay. That's good, Terry Lee. That's really, really good. That's hard to do, but that's very good. And this happened. Excuse me. Is there more to come after this separation? Let me take a look. When did you open your heart? Does it say? You shared your heart in January. Well, okay. So January was a wild time. One of the things that happened in January was the Cancer lunar eclipse. I believe that happened on the 10th. Here's Cancer here. Yeah. Because here's the moon and here's the earth, and they're sitting together. And that would have been that day. Yeesh. And there's the ending. Wow. Yeah, I see the ending here. In January, I just picked because the only eclipse we had in January, I believe, was the one on January 10th, and that was a lunar eclipse, and lunar eclipses represent endings, Terry Lee. Yeah, so the 6th or the 8th, yeah, is pretty close enough to the 10th. Um, for all of these planets to be in exactly the same place they're in now. None of them are moving much except for the moon. The moon just would have been in here in Gemini. Um, but that wouldn't have changed anything. It just would have meant that you felt the need to speak, that there was communication. Gemini is about communication and a connection. Okay. So, yeah, I do see that ending here, Terry Lee. If there is to be a new beginning or some other way, I'm not sure why he or how he shut you out or what that was in response to, because there are plenty of people who, we tell them how we feel and then they just ignore it, play like they didn't hear it, or they say, I don't feel the same, but I really want to be connected. So I'm not really sure why he would have shut you out unless there was something in the communication that just didn't really work well. Um, so if there is to be a new beginning, Terry Lee, it does look like it occurs in 2021. It doesn't occur this year. This year is really setting you two up to close out a cycle between the two of you. With this energy square, the sun of the connection there, you guys are wrapping up a way you were being and a way you were being together and how things were being together at this time. Yeah. So the new beginning doesn't come because then right after that, Terry Lee, um, right after, I'll show you. So here's, divine masculine energy, and then here's divine feminine energy. Right after that, she goes retrograde and pulls inward, and he moves into the house of um, hidden things, death and alchemy and transformation and change, like literally within a month of that. So, um, Okay, he told you he can't commit to a future with you because he has a fear of it ending. Got it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So he might be representing the divine feminine energy in this chart because just within 1 month of that in February, here he is at the 15th degree. You see the entrance into the eighth house of death is here at the 16th degree in this chart. And so he goes into the cocoon to change. And just before that, on February 8th, the divine feminine retracts and retreats into herself. She begins the process of looking at herself and doing her own work. Now, I don't know if both of you have feminine and masculine energies, Terry. Um, but what this chart is showing me and what has happened for all twin flames and divine counterparts is that because she retracted in this energy and he moved into having a meet with the Lord of the underworld, Pluto. But specifically in you guys' chart, this meet was meant to happen in the house of death, alchemy, transformation, and change. Um, this was always going to be a period of separation, Terry. Even if you hadn't told him how you felt, you probably would have naturally retracted on some level, and he naturally would have gone into a cycle of needing to deal with himself. And so the fact that you communicated just prior to this was probably on the schedule, just what needed to happen to catalyze this particular cycle of growth between the two of you. And so that's good. You're doing lots of inner work. That's appropriate at this time. Divine Feminine asteroid retrograde. She's going to go back here to this 6th degree where the shaman's asteroid sits. She's going to get back here, Terry. And when she's back here, she's going to have probably had some real recognitions and revelations about the connection, where it is, how you feel, that letting go. You might feel very released from the connection as opposed to trying to release it. There's something in the connection that you probably feel like it released you. You're not as clinched up about the connection anymore. Um, and so once the divine feminine goes direct, and she will on May 26th, it's going to be a whole new ball game for you. New feelings, new sensations, new information, awarenesses, and insights about divine counterparts and partnership and how you feel and what you want in them. Brand new energy for you once she goes direct at the end of the month. Not only that, but he's about to gear up to do his second meeting with the Lord of the Underworld in the House of Death. Girl, he ain't done. He's still in the oven. The best I can tell you as it pertains to this connection, Terry Lee, if, like I said earlier, if this is going to have a continuation, it won't be this year. He's going to be in the oven till the end of the year in this eighth house. And you don't really get out here to Scorpio until the November time. And even then, Scorpio is the sign of death, transformation, and alchemy. You won't be done. He won't be done. He'll be in the house of death, transformation, and alchemy. So, yeah, massive wrapping up of a cycle. You two were in one particular cycle, it needed to have a completion. Um, and that completion occurred. Whether or not there's something new remains to be seen once you get out here into Sagittarius energy and he gets out here into the ninth house, Aquarius energy. That doesn't really happen until the beginning of 2021, babe. So these next 6 months is really just spirit doing psychic soul surgery on the two of you separately. And so there's nothing to be done in your space about him. There's nothing he needs to do in his space about you. You're both just, in the psychic surgery. And as you know, when surgeons are in the operating room, they don't allow friends and family to be in there with them. They don't allow friends and family to um, you know, come hang out. So, that being said, just know that what happened happened the way it needed to happen, that there's nothing wrong here. You did nothing wrong, that this was on the schedule as a step in whatever is the appropriate next direction for the two of you. I'm not sure what that's going to be, but this was a step. All right. Terry Lee, I thank you so much for allowing me to read for you. And I thank you so much for your patience as I did read for everyone else. Terry Lee, that's a beautiful prayer, hope, and wish, my love. Beautiful prayer, hope, and wish. I mean, I think that's the nature of divine love is when you want for that other person love for their own sake more than it matters to you, that they give it to you. Um, that's a huge, huge, huge awakening and awareness and activation as it comes to divine love, sweetheart. And I just got to say, like, kudos to you for getting there. A lot of people take many, 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 many years to give up needing love in a way that they want it and to just surrender to the fact that love is and wanting everyone to have it in the best way possible for them. So I congratulate you. You've done a lot of big growth here. And these next 6 months are just going to anchor that growth in for you at the cellular level. Okay, everybody. I thank you so much for allowing me to read for you tonight. I thank you all for your patience. And I really look forward to being able to connect with you all again. If you haven't already, please hit the subscribe button so that when I go live again, you can be the first in if you have another question. And if you'd like to go deeper on anything that I have shared with you tonight, a personal reading is the way to do that. You can email me here at chrysalismoon@gmail.com. You are so welcome, Terry Lee. Um, you're so welcome. You've worked a lot here. Kim Mai, thank you, sweetie. I really appreciate you being here to moderate. It's such a pleasure to have you. And to everyone who would, those last 15 people on the list tonight, man, I thank you. I really thank you for your patience. I know it wasn't an easy wait, and I did the absolute best I could in a single question reading to get you your answers based on your question. If you'd like to go deeper, the best way to do that is to get a personal reading with me. Thanks, everyone. Take great care and have a good night. Bye for now.